Hello everyone, and welcome to the return of Beacon in the Dark after a bunch of hiatuses, mostly my fault. We're back, and we are ready to jump into the mouth of hell itself, as described by certain characters in game. But before we do that, as usual, let's have our players introduce themselves and their characters, and is this a new figure replacing a certain green half-orc person? We'll see. But before we get to said new figure, the dice have determined that first and foremost we ought to have Zelryn introduce herself and her character. Could you please do so, Zelryn?
Good evening, everyone. I, Zelryn, play Lyri Embersorrow, a powerful elf who is currently high off that void magic, I guess, and she is following her companions into the maw of hell, or whatever you said. To what are we doing? Save Bladebeard's crew?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I will be doing that.
Yes, she will.
And it's cool.
Yes, she will. Also, for the viewers, I mentioned this last session, but our heroes reached what's called a significant milestone, meaning they all got to add a point to their approaches and if they obviously want to change some other stuff with their character sheet, which, yes. Zelryn, care to briefly say what's new with Lyri?
I will. So it's been a year since we last had anything to add to our sheets. Our last milestone was in March 2024. So I decided to do something kind of radical, kind of revolutionary, and add +1 to my sneaky, and that is about it.
Yep, she did. Yep, thank you very, very much, Zelryn.
Indeed I did.
Then, according to the dice, I would kindly ask DoomGoblin to introduce himself and his character. Could you please go ahead, DoomGoblin?
Yeah. Hi. I'm DoomGoblin, and I'll be playing Captain Bladebeard, a dwarven pirate. You know him, you love him. For my changes on my character sheet, I added +1 to forceful. So Bladebeard is now as forceful as Gurin. Character who started with 10 forceful but now has 5.
Well, no, you're more forceful because your forceful is now a 6.
My forceful is 6?
Yeah.
Wait a second, I thought it was 5.
It was 5 on your previous thing, like you just changed it to 6.
He's more forceful than Gurin. I mean, Gurin is his age is catching up with him.
And also, to be fair, forceful does not necessarily mean physical strength.
Yes, that too. In terms of stunts, nothing changed. I still have my smooth criminal stance that allows me to steal any item, except for stunt items from other players. For example, I can't steal Benjamin's bag of holding because it's part of one of his stunts.
Not anymore.
Just an example.
No, you can steal it from Benjamin.
I am unable to steal that item because it's a part of a stunt. But anything else is a free game for stealing.
Yep, pretty much. And thank you very, very much, DoomGoblin. And speaking of, next we would have Sir Thompshire. If you could please introduce yourself and your character.
Indeed. As always, I'll be playing as Benjamin Aaran, the traveling swordsman, sometimes known as Twinkles. He hasn't done that in a while, but anyways. As for my changes, I've added a +1 to quick, and as spoiled a few seconds ago, I no longer have the bag stunt. So yeah, back to 4 fate points.
My bad on the spoilage. I'm a bit sad that the bag stunt is gone, because I thought it was kind of fun, especially with its unintended consequences, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I totally agree, but, magic eating dragon inside, kind of a liability.
To be fair, you still have...
I might get that stunt.
Maybe. To be fair, you still have the bag, so you can still use it and technically you can sort of create a stun mid-session because it's called a minor milestone, but yeah, we'll deal with that when we deal with that. Thank you very, very much, Thompshire. And then we would have the quote-unquote new person on the block. Care to introduce yourself, Khono?
Yes, hello. I am Khono. I was previously Banneret, but I guess I still am Banneret in some sense, but also not. This was an identity I took with the VTubing stuff that I do now do.
Are you Khono, but now also Banneret? To paraphrase Varian.
I guess I could be, like Varian. Yeah.
Yeah, when you clicked on him in like Stormwind, yeah. I am Variant, but I'm also Rush stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I guess that's a good comparison. What's that makes Thompshire probably smile? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. So, what's new with Moarg?
Yeah, Moarg. I was about to say that. He is much quicker, much faster. You know, all that speed running away from Fell Reapers had to, kick in somewhere. So, he is now a little bit quicker than he was before. He is a +1 to his quick.
Tied with Bladebeard now, funnily enough. But yeah, thank you very, very much, Banneret. So, last time we had Banneret kindly, we had Banneret last time because Khono didn't necessarily exist last time. Remind us of what happened the previous time. So as is tradition, Khono will have the choice of either anointing someone to read the recap or letting the dice decide. I will mention for the viewers while the recap runs on in the background, you will see some lovely pieces of DoomGoblin artwork that he has done for Captain Bladebeard and his parents, which are very, very lovely. So, Khono, how will the, for lack of a better term, dice fall regarding the recap?
Yes, I will let the dice decide, excluding me. I am not involved in this.
Sure.
So the fate will be decided on who will read the recap besides myself.
Sure. I'll roll a d4, which being alphabetical, 1 DoomGoblin, 2 me, 3 Thompshire, and 4 Zelryn. That's alright with everyone. Zelryn.
I had a feeling.
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling too. I'll be honest.
After a long series of struggles, our heroes finally depart, forsaking the comforts of civilization for what has been described as literal hell. Having caused a ruckus in the Legerdemain lounge with a very drunk Meridia, the party was soon beset by a very angry innkeeper and guards. The latter were led by a familiar-looking Lieutenant Turbo, who upon seeing our heroes immediately exploded, killing the innkeeper and injuring everyone else. While our heroes are busy providing aid, more guards arrived, including the inspector who had previously arrested Benjamin Aaran. After a brief confrontation, she recognized Lyri Embersorrow's name. She introduced herself as Mekri Flamereaver, the wife of Velanith, Lyri's adopted father figure, and tried to arrest the group as Horde spies. Fortunately, the situation was quickly diffused by the arrival of Archmage Ansarum Runeweaver, who had come to accompany the group in their journey to rescue Captain Bladebeard's crew, stranded upon the sunken city of Ilalai. Runeweaver then spoke to High Priestess Akala, offering to return the broken staff of Minloaf and show her the security measures surrounding the ephemeral orb, which the troll reluctantly accepted in lieu of the latter artifact. As for the matter of reaching Bladebeard's crew, the Archmage explained that teleportation would be difficult and suggested negotiating with a Pandaran merchant for alternate means of transportation. Benjamin and Lyri thus found Zhao Qi, a lawwalker in the Magus Commerce Exchange, seemingly a relative of another Pandaran that Lyri's Sunreaver companions had previously tortured, blinded, and killed. Wow, what a lovely sentence.
Yep.
Zhao Qi agreed to rent the group several flying discs for a moderate sum, partially covered by the Kirin Tor, and in exchange for accompanying the group in their journey. Meanwhile, Bladebeard managed to acquire a closet-sized bag similar to Benjamin's bottomless bag. As the group reunited and discussed who they would take with them, the conversation was briefly interrupted by an Infernal crashing into Hekala's room, caused by the meddling of Praxia and Scriptorium, which Benjamin quickly bagged. Our heroes and Runeweaver agreed on repairing the Staff of Minloaf, with the Archmage finding a smith and Lyri providing copious amounts of blood. Prompted by the vision Bladebeard had received of Moizala and Hekala's encouragement, the group decided to take the Stone of the Tides along, in spite of its dangerous side effects. When Bladebeard attempted to convince Hekala to join the group, he used Crassus's scrying orb to look upon his old ship, but was stunned to find it empty, except for the ship's creepy Tide Sage. There we go. Except for the ship's creepy Tide Sage, Old Lucia. Thank fucking god. When asked to display the crew, the orb only revealed darkness. The artifact showed how skeletal, dark figures emerged from the sea, dumped bottles on the bottom. I don't remember any of this. The artifact showed how dark skeletal figures emerged from the sea, dumped bottles on the deck, and forced Bladebeard's crew to drink them, then corralled them into the water. While the Staff of Minloaf was being repaired, Hekala agreed to join the heroes. The Hekari Wind Serpent supervising her also agreed with this quest, in exchange for a promise to receive a certain item from the sunken city of Ilalai. Hekala revealed that the individual who had caused the doom of Ilalai, Minloaf, was her distant ancestor, and that he had been tapping into very dark powers. She explained that she and her tribe were exiles, outcasts from troll society for Minloaf's sins, and that said dark powers were even fouler than the ones afflicting Lyri. Jesus Christ. A reluctant Karigosa revealed that the Blue Dragonflight had also investigated Ilalai, but that none returned, and refused to elaborate, other than insisting on the dark nature of Minloaf's powers. The lower Shango also told Hekala not to go to the sunken city, explaining that the darkness there would prevent even the lower from assisting. The voice in Bladebeard's mind also, unprompted, told the dwarf not to go, explaining that only death awaits there. In the end, the group teleported to an island relatively close to Ilalai. They were accompanied by the Archmage Runeweaver, Karigosa, Hekala, and the Wind Serpent, as well as the two Dawn Guard sisters who agreed to help in exchange for finding their own missing master. Holy fucking crap, that's the worst I've ever read.
No worries, you did good, Zelryn, and thank you very, very much for reading us the recap as usual.
I did not cough a single time. It's good.
But yeah. Feel free to take a second to rest your voice, because I know. Yeah.
A second? I would give her like half an hour.
Several minutes at the very least to rest your voice.
Runeweaver is such an evil word. I had to get voice therapy as a kid because I kept getting my W's and R's mixed in. He's literally like WR right next to each other and stuff.
Noted. I'll try to avoid that in...
What? No, it's fine. It's just funny.
Noted. Alright. So, since it's been a while, before we jump into the events of the session itself, obviously we left last session sort of mid-teleport, like, oh yeah, Runeweaver's casting the teleportation spell when you reach there at the start of the next session, and we'll do that. But as our usual sort of warm-up, how's everyone feeling about this upcoming quest? And obviously I would ask that we let Zelryn go last, so I would ask one of the three of you to please go first before her, if that makes sense. Any volunteers?
Right.
Or yeah.
Sure. I suppose if you're talking either between me or Moarg,
Morg.
me.
I mean Morg.
Okay. Well, Moarg doesn't seem that upset or worried. I mean, in his perspective, they've faced far worse, and that he thinks that they can handle this.
Makes sense to me. I imagine maybe Morg took some of the like terms tossed around like literal hell and such, more as hyperbole, if that makes sense.
Yeah, nothing that dangerous, I guess. I don't know. I think he's heard certain things about certain islands before, realistically speaking.
Makes sense to me. Thank you for that, Khono. DoomGoblin or Thompshire, who would like to offer their thoughts next?
Well, I can go. I think Benjamin has taken the warnings to heart, but like he wonders to himself, like, how much are they assuming and how much do they actually know? And there's also that part of him that's like, we've survived like horrible things before. Can it really be that bad?
Maybe. Interesting. Thank you for your thoughts, Thompshire. DoomGoblin?
Yeah, Bladebeard is also not super afraid. He's excited to save his crew from horrible monsters beneath the waves. He still thinks that the biggest danger they could face is Lyri and her two loyal servants.
Even
That,
though other people have said that there's stuff even darker than whatever's happening with Lyri.
They have not witnessed Lyri at her full power, so
Fair enough, fair enough.
I love this delusion.
I like it too in a way. But yeah, it for DoomGoblin, not for DoomGoblin, for Bladebeard, it's also, I imagine it seems that the prospect of potentially reuniting with his old crew is closer than ever.
yeah.
Should be exciting. Thank you very, very much, DoomGoblin. Zelryn, if you don't have to expound if too much if like your throat doesn't allow it, but would you care to share what Lyri's thoughts on the matter are?
Kind of ambivalent. This wasn't really something that she had any personal stakes in, but you know, just being dragged around for Teeironor stuff is kind of, I guess, life now. Life for the foreseeable future, so
Yeah, and now you
she's
will.
just in for the job.
Yeah, and now you are also dragged around doing Benjamin's whims, I suppose.
Oh yeah, I forgot I am now his property or something.
Yep. I would prefer that Thompshire be here when we move on to the next stage, if I'm being completely honest. So
And that means we're gonna get ambushed like in Aaran.
not necessarily.
Not
So
maybe-
necessarily.
Maybe the spell doesn't work on Benjamin and he stays behind.
I'm surprised I made it back in time. I had to go pee because of how much water I had to drink after saying all that stuff. There's so much water.
no worries, Zelryn. Take obviously all the time you need. You, for lack of a better term, worked hard with reading that. I do feel bad that the dice landed on you when your throat's not up to snuff, for lack of a better term.
I mean, I saw it coming, so it's fine.
Well, I kind of did too. I'll be honest. I had a feeling.
Yeah.
Then, sort of while we wait for Thompshire, I guess I'm curious. Any thoughts? I guess sort of now as a sort of. Oh, never mind. Thompshire is back. So should we just move on? I wanted to ask a
Not
question,
yet.
but we can just move on.
All right.
Did I miss something?
It was just me saying, well, I'd rather everyone be here before we move on. So let's blab on. Basically, that's all you missed.
Gotcha.
No worries. So, as established last session, you all will be teleported to a small island that's fairly close to the big storm that Zulgalga caused. And from there, we can use Shaoqi's flying discs to travel the remaining distance to Bladebeard's old ship. I need to put something on screen. Please give me a second. Yeah, this one. This will be right. Okay. This will be our sort of operational area. I don't know if you all can see it properly. It's a
Nope.
bit.
Yeah, it's super
it's-
pixelated.
Yeah. It's not loading, I guess.
Yeah, it seems to be having issues on my end too. So, give me a second while I fix that, or at least upload a different version. Which is very, very inconvenient, but it is what it is, I suppose.
Well, this map that we brought sucks.
Yeah, yeah, it
I got off
apparently,
Google Images.
apparently does. It apparently does. Okay, this should, I think, be better. Hopefully, maybe. Yeah, it's better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least on my end, it's
Hooray.
better.
Yeah,
Sorry
it's
about
clear.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. So,
Why does Antonidas have a spire here?
it's the name of the little Kirintor outpost that you'll be teleporting to.
Oh no.
What's up?
I just noticed something.
Again, this will be our sort of operational area. I will mention first things first, it's not to scale. The distances are a bit bigger than seen on the map. Like you can see the nearby islands just with your bare eyes. And you do not have to go to any of the places indicated on the map by any means.
Was the storm visible when we were in Lapidus?
That's what I mean. It was still cloudy because it's a big hurricane, but that's what I mean by the distances not being to scale.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah. Ilalai is fairly far away from Lapidus, as it is from the Antonidas Spire and all the other stuff on screen, but these landmarks may be relevant, and they're the sort of closest landmarks to Ilalai itself. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You will find yourselves again on the Antonidas Spire, a small island which can sort of best be described as a mountain jutting out from the sea with a small entrance and dock. And I hope to God this particular map works, because otherwise it will have some issues. I did something different from the map just because there will be a bunch of NPCs on screen. So I had, you see, to make it perhaps easier to potentially interact with them. Just give me a second. Hopefully this fucking works. Nope. Okay, doesn't seem to be working. That's lovely. Okay, give me a second. Sorry about that. I did not expect these technical issues. I'll be completely honest. It's throwing me for a loop. Sorry about that.
No wonder Ilalai is so dangerous. The Akatsuki's in there.
Yeah, it's corrupting the images.
Yeah. What did you notice, Zelryn, out of curiosity, that made you say, oh no?
Just the landmark names. Specifically the top two ones.
I mean, the top left one isn't particularly worrying. It's the top right one.
Excuse me, he threw people around.
He's a
obsessed
fun
with-
guy.
He's
Come
obsessed
on.
with throwing people in the air and watching them crash down. I don't trust him. And yeah, also the there's like two elemental friggin' people in top. Well, wait, are there like Jinn people elementals? They kind of are, right?
The Jinn are
Yep.
air
Yeah.
elementals, yes.
Yeah.
They were Alakir's buddies.
Wonder if they're pals.
So there's like two elemental guys in the top areas. I have no idea what the fuck the ancient lagoon is though.
Can't Hazu blow the storm away?
Did you ask?
Can't he brap the storm away?
You can ask now.
This should work. Sorry again. Roll20 was being bitchy. This should be
It
working.
still is.
Yeah, because I clicked on the wrong thing. My apologies. It's actually this one. This stupid thing. Okay, this was more complicated than it ought to have been.
What's with the funny hats?
It's raining.
Oh,
So, you all find yourselves on this small island, again, best described as a mountain jutting out from the sea, with a small entrance and dock. And before you, you see these individuals who have very clearly been alerted of your coming. They're not quite as clustered as the image suggests. It's just sort of the best way to display them as such. And
Oh my god, they're gay married with a daughter. It's so adorable.
sure, if that's what you think their familiar relationship is. Anyway,
yeah, that's actually a dwarf child, not a gnome.
not what I meant, but sure. Anyway, one of them, the one labeled Ulrika, will step ahead and say, welcome to the Antonidas Spire. I've been alerted of your coming. I am... And interrupting her immediately, good old Anastasia Dawnguard will yell out, "Hail, mages of the Teeironor! Before you stands," and she's also interrupted by your friend, question mark, Zhaoji, who says, "Oh, this is interesting. What's that in the back?" Anastasia says, "Hey, I wasn't done," but Victrix prevents her from speaking any further. And Ulrika will say, as I was saying, my name is Ulrika of Once Upon a Time. I'm the one in charge of this little rock. Welcome. We've been expecting you.
Hello.
And in the middle of this awkward pause, I have two sendings to give out to two of you. As we resume that classic bit of storytelling. First of all, Thompshire. You will receive a chemist, a sending from chemist, not a chemist from sending. Do you remember chemist?
I do, yes, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps even more unfortunately, her sending says...
Yeah.
Her sending says, "Hey, I left Eyes of Kilrog in Booty Bay. Angry orcs came with a walking cow. They're trying to take ships. Goblins are arguing back." I'll paste that in the chat. And while you think of a response, I will also present a sending to Lyri from Velnif's sort of spokesperson. Lyri, well, first and foremost, because you're wearing the crown, you have the option of refusing the sending. What do you want to do?
He'll know if I refuse, right?
Of course. But...
Okay.
But... Feel free to give me a clever.
Okay.
What did you get? A free. I can tell you that usually if a sending fails, it's either because the person whom it's destined for is dead or in an alternate dimension. If their sending fails, they might assume that you're either dead or in an alternate dimension.
I will try to block it.
No need to try. The helm allows you to block it.
Okay, I do that.
Yep. Okay. Thompshire, do let me know when you have a reply. But otherwise...
I have a question.
Yep.
Did we leave anyone on the ships?
Nope.
Okay.
Ulrika, again, will walk forward and say, so, welcome to the Antonidas Spire. I'm the one in charge here. When are you leaving? Says the person on the right, aptly named Grouchy Hartnell. Ulrika will say, and as I was saying, you are most welcome if you need a rest or anything else. But I would kindly ask my companions to introduce themselves. And if there are no objections, they will. The one on the right will just grumble. And yeah, you will notice. I'm not. Do you guys see the thing behind the people?
Is that
Something
like
mechanical.
a door? A
Seems-
Titan door, maybe?
Seems like it. I'll put it on screen in a second.
And I have my reply, by the way.
Do let us know, please.
Can you do anything from there? For all I care, they can take them, I suppose. What matters is that the people stay safe.
Can you see it? It's weirdly enough, it looks weirdly transparent on my screen.
I don't see anything.
Nope.
Oh, yeah, I think I was on the wrong overlay. Let's try this overlay instead. Yeah, should be better.
Nice mustache.
Will everything that I put up be blurry? That would be unfortunate.
I don't even see anything.
DoomGoblin commented on the mustache, so I figured he saw something. Yeah, everything. Yeah, all these tokens are blurry, which is bizarre. That's a big problem. Anyway, we'll deal with that one step at a time, I guess. Okay, yeah, it's a Titan door. The same, very similar to the one you saw on Lapidus. If you, yeah, was it Lapidus? It was Lapidus. If you remember. And after the NPCs have introduced themselves, Ulrika will explain. This is a joint Teeironor Explorers League expedition, recently founded. You're welcome to stick around if you want, or leave, says the person on the right. Bright. The elderly dwarf says, greetings, all of you. May I ask where all of you are headed?
I believe it's called Ilalalai? Lala Land? Something like that.
Right. Never heard of it. Well, if you can take a knack at helping us knock down this door, will be most appreciated. We don't need any help, says the person on the left. We're perfectly capable of doing this on our own. And the person on the right.
Actually, our dwarf friend here is a door whisperer of sorts.
Care to try? Says the elderly dwarf.
That's a weird description of what I do. But I can open doors, I guess.
The person on the left says you maybe shouldn't try. The door disintegrates everyone who comes near. And the elderly dwarf says, well, if our friend's a door whisperer, I don't see why you shouldn't try.
Yeah, it's a win-win either way.
Well, wait, first we need to figure out what we'll do with the loot inside. I mean, if I'm opening the door, I should get a cut.
On that note, DoomGoblin, can I get your careful, please? To see if you notice something.
No, wait, that's clever. Sorry.
It is indeed clever. Oh, with a careful, yeah. As you think about loot, you notice, yeah, the little cave entrance. It's studded with gemstones. Almost certainly there will be more inside.
Yeah, it's a fancy door. Probably something fancy inside.
The only fancy thing here is you leaving, says the person on the right. You're being awfully rude to our guests, says Ulrika. But she says, well, again, you're welcome to try, but this is an official Teeironor expedition and an Explorers League one, says the person on the left, Jody. And
so I wouldn't get anything if I open the door?
Well, Ulrika says, well, we're perfectly willing to award your assistance. It's just that a lot of it has to be preserved for the archaeological record, and this is Kirintor land, for lack of a better term. Yeah, you're best off leaving, says the person on the right.
Alright, I'm willing to go with 40%.
We don't really know what will be inside, so it's hard
Whatever it is, 40%. Maybe it's 40% of gold, maybe it's 40% of apples.
Is this 40% for, she indicates the rest of your companions, for everyone? Well, Answerum says, I am of the Kirintor, I'm not included in this. I don't need anything, says Kyrie. This is a waste of time, says Akala.
Benjamin shrugs.
Lyri shrugs.
I'd be welcome with half of 40, so that's 20, says Xiaoqi. And Victrix, the smarter sister, will say, yeah, I also want to cut, I'll be honest.
Wait, how did my quartermaster Maggie do this? It's like we split it in shares and I get 2 shares and everyone else gets 1. Something like that.
Don't know if that sounds fair.
Well, I'm the captain. And usually captains like of like official alliance ships get a lot more than the lowest paying member. I only get double.
I don't think you're a captain right now.
Yeah,
Why would you say
I'm
that?
also a captain.
Yeah, well, I'm here to help, says Victrix, but I'm not necessarily following your orders.
Alright,
I
then
only follow the
2
cause of justice, says Anastasia.
2 shares for me, 1 share for Gorin.
Well, what does Gurin think? Says Kyrie, sort of like.
Is he here?
I'd imagine so. Yeah, he would be here. Yeah, just following Bladebeard as usual.
Do we have a disc for him?
Yeah, it was in the arrangement, for lack of a better term.
Okay. He wasn't on the roster, so I thought he wasn't around.
Gurin is always around, except when he isn't.
Gotcha.
Above board, if you guys don't mind, I would like to keep you talking because I'm currently re-uploading about 200 tokens because apparently
What?
Roll20 made everything blurry unless I re-upload it, so I have to re-upload stuff. So please keep talking if that makes sense.
Yeah, so 40% of the loot for me and my crew. That was what I was referring to. So me and Gurin currently.
Well, your other companions should receive some compensation.
Why? They're not opening the door, I am. But if they want to help somehow, I don't see why not.
Well, I proposed the idea, so I already helped.
Or,
Wow,
or
you're the
maybe
idea
all of
guy.
you could just leave and leave us alone. We're perfectly fine handling this on our own. We don't need outsiders, says the person on the right. What's
Why
wrong?
is this guy so grouchy?
Well, he's always been grouchy, says Ulrika. You've always been grouchy. And Jody says, I think we can handle it on our own. I tend to agree. I mean, she seems to be shifting around a bit. Feel free to perhaps roll careful if you want to investigate that.
Sure, I'll go for it.
Also, do say out loud what you get, because I'm currently like uploading 200 tokens. I can't
I
look at
got
the
a
stuff.
5, so a 7 if my stuff applies.
Yeah, you can immediately tell that she was hired specifically to break into this door, and she's fearful that if you guys do it, she'll lose her commission.
What did she say before? Sorry, I kind of lost track.
She said she sort of softly agreed with Grouchy Heart. No, as in, yeah, we can handle this on our own. She said.
Well, can I ask how long you've been trying to open it?
A couple days, says Jody, and Ulrika says, we've been here a couple years. Jody's only been here a couple days.
So we've been trying to open this door for a couple years.
Well, this is Ulrika. We've been doing preliminary research, obviously establishing contact with the Explorers League. A good McGann here was, indicating the elderly dwarf, was helpful enough to have us, to introduce us to his brother. She points at Trinik, who seems to be kind of dazed, for lack of a better term, just looking around blankly. He's seen better days, says Ulrika. Anyway, all the bureaucracy and the preliminary research. Archaeology is not, a process that just takes, an hour or so. It takes time. Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's reasonable.
and we've become somewhat familiarized with the bureaucracy of Dalaran, so yeah.
So as for the amount of compensation, says Victrix, I am perfectly willing to. I'm an experienced rogue and adventurer. I'm perfectly willing to help diffuse any potential traps. So I think I deserve a cut. And Anastasia will say, "Victrix, we fight for the cause of justice." And Victrix will say, "Justice won't help us get closer to our master, Anastasia." So yes, we would like pay as well.
Well, rent isn't cheap these days, I suppose.
No, it certainly isn't. Nothing is not feasible when you have justice on your side, grumbles Anastasia.
I don't think justice pays the bills.
Yes, I tend to agree, says Victrix. So, what's our cut? And Ulrika says, look, this is... She looks at Ansrum Runeweaver, who seems sort of bemused. Ansrum indicates that Ulrika should be the one talking, not him. So she sighs in exasperation.
Look, I think we can just make this way simpler and keep this whole 40% cut business, and then we'll sort it out ourselves.
That's what I was about to suggest. Thank you for agreeing. She looks at Bladebeard and Victrix. Victrix looks at Bladebeard.
I have a feeling you guys are going to fuck me over.
Well, that's a worry for us in the future.
Well, says Runeweaver, there will be no screwing over while I'm around. At the very least, I will ensure that the laws of the Kirin-Tor are properly applied. Karigosa rolls her eyes, and Hartnell says, "Well, the laws of the Kirin-Tor stipulate that we don't need outsiders intruding on our investigation. So all of you should promptly leave."
That's kind of rude to your Explorers League companions, no?
I was opposed to having them along in the first place as well. True he was, says Ulrika, which is not an excuse, she adds. And she says, our Explorers League companions have been invaluable. Feel free to...
Evidently.
Yeah, feel free to give me like a clever to sort of speculate on that if you want. What did you get? Because I can't see at the moment.
0.
That's an answer in and of itself, isn't it? And I did not just mean Bladebeard on that note.
No, Benjamin doesn't really care.
Head empty. Okay. So Hartnell will continue. So as per the laws of the Kirin-Tor, fuck off. The choice belongs to our good friends here, says Ulrika, and I don't believe that your input is as valuable as theirs. I've been here for years, says Hardno. I have more input than you. I'm the one in charge here. I'm sorry about this. I'm not sorry, says Hardno.
Bladebeard, would you like do the honors or something?
What? Honored?
Yeah, of opening the door. And not get, like, disintegrated or whatever. You've survived worse.
Yeah, but I don't want to open the door and then them taking all the loot.
Didn't they just agree to give you 40%?
I
No, they
agreed
said
on
they're
nothing,
going to.
says Hardno.
What?
I agreed on nothing, says Hardno.
Yeah. See? Or here.
So
is
fuck off.
this,
he
Alright,
says.
what about maybe I can open the door and then we'll see what's inside and then I'll close it and then we can work out a deal. Because then we'll at least know what's inside.
Ulrika says, I'm not sure that's a good idea. There's no guarantee that it can open again. Even if you are.
There's no guarantee that can open once.
Right, but I mean, especially these sort of ancient mechanisms can be very, very volatile and very unpredictable. And I'm finally done with uploading the 200 tokens. I'll sort them out later, but good God, I'm sorry about that. We can now progress. We don't have to keep talking above board. I'm so sorry.
Alright, I'll open the door, but just in case, I think everyone should take like, let's say 100 steps back. In case of explosion.
There's nowhere to go back, Grouchy Hardnose says, pointing at the sea.
Yeah, there's the sea. See?
You jump into the sea and fuck off already. Yeah, we're perfectly fine, says Jody. Yeah, you can go. I think they should stay, says the elderly dwarf. What say you, brother? He asks Trinik, who sort of gazes around in a daze.
I'll poke the Khadgar orb and say, do like a protection spell or something.
Yeah, okay, I'll need to open the Wondrous Wisdom Ball file, to see what it thinks. It's a D30, right, the D30. What's a 15? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Wondrous Wisdom Ball tells you you will likely survive. Most likely.
Cool. Question mark?
Smiles, excited. Does a pog face.
Well, go ahead, Bladebeard.
I don't take orders from you.
I'm gonna
Criminal.
This wasn't an order, it was like a friendly suggestion.
Know your place, criminal.
Okay.
Hardno says, no, I refuse. You have to go over my dead body. Fuck off already. Go somewhere else. You have a mission, don't you?
Aye, very urgent one. But maybe what's inside can help us with the mission.
I disagree. I also disagree, says Jody. Ulrika says, both of you stand down already. There's no harm in trying, is there? Yes, there is harm, says Hardno. Though you're letting outsiders in on an archaeological site. You're messing up our entire expedition. You all should leave. I agree, says Jody.
And I think that we talked about this for too long. It would be kind of anticlimactic if I don't open the door.
The silent person in the back, Dura, says, the tides say they should leave. Quickly.
Who?
The tides, she says.
Like the water?
Nods. Looks away, not willing to discuss further.
Okay.
I always trusted the tides.
Ulrika says, I'm sorry about this. I suppose my companion shrugs.
All right, I'm willing to open the door. I guess need everyone to agree that I should.
No, says Hartnell. No, says Jody.
All right. Then yeah, it's been nice to meet you all. I'm Captain Bladebeard, by the way.
Fuck off,
see ya.
says Hartnell. Runeweaver grumbles something under his breath, something to the likes of, I'll follow an official report, grumble, grumble. But otherwise, do you all leave? Like, mount your flying discs and leave?
Well, this was anticlimactic.
Yeah, extremely.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's the taxpayers that pay this.
Kind of hoping what was behind the door, you know.
Yeah, me too.
Talked about it for like 20 minutes.
Yeah. It really would be a shame if we don't open the door.
You know, maybe it's like a water elemental. We haven't seen one of those.
Why don't we just leave the island, do a lap around it, and they'll be gone by the time we come back to the other side?
Wait.
Why would they be gone?
Because they're not just gonna be sitting by a door all day, right?
I don't know.
Listen to this
I think
bit.
they've been there for days.
If you want like an additional bit of context, here's a map of how the island looks like more or less up close, if that makes sense. Provided that
So,
Roll20 does not blur it again.
Benjamin, you said a water elemental, right?
Yeah, or an earth one, I guess.
Well, the volcano island had a fire elemental. The tall island had a wind elemental, and probably the one with the lake has a water elemental. So this
What?
one should be
What lake?
What islands?
well, the one in the lower right corner.
Wait, are you
What
talking
lower
in
right?
character or out of character?
Don't we have a map?
No.
For the sake of convenience, we will say, I'm glad to see that you've been studying the map I provided you. Yes.
Yeah, the one that's a circle. That's probably like water
So he
stuff.
knows about Hazu's tower?
Oh, look, the
All
map
right,
is
all
magically,
right, I say-
magically updating with information that I'm not aware of. This is definitely not for player convenience.
All right, maybe I say this out of character. I thought that it would make sense.
I'm sorry. I above board know this map is a slight contrivance, but I did think it would be sort of easier for everyone this way.
But yeah, above board,
above board,
definitely think there's gonna be like a water elemental on the bottom right and a earth elemental on the bottom left.
Yeah.
What if there's an elemental? An elemental made of ale?
Or
Isn't like spirit an element too or something?
no,
Won't you
but
fuck
love
off
is.
already? Says Hartnell.
Hey, we're leaving. God. So rude.
Do let me know when you quote unquote fuck off already.
Are there any small rocks on the ground?
Yep, plenty.
Can I pick one up and throw it at one of the people?
Which one?
The
Grouchy Hartnell, I'm guessing.
one that's being an asshole. Can I just flick the
Can
rock
I
at them?
try to stop her?
Yeah, how does that work above board?
I grab her hand before she throws the rock.
Again, this is a player and player, for lack of a better term, conflict.
Sure, let's roll.
Okay, so
Quicks.
I think so in this particular case.
Wait, what did you say? Should I roll quick as well?
I believe so, yes. Lyri is able to make the throw. Does she go through with it?
Yeah, should I go through with it, or should I just do a warning shot?
I mean, like, as long as it's not with intent to kill, but only like, fuck you, sure.
Maybe not in the eye.
Can I throw it? Can I throw it the dumb hat so it falls off?
That would be a careful roll.
Should I risk it, guys?
I guess it's up to you. I mean, I would
what's the
just
worst
throw
that could
for that.
happen?
derail the entire campaign, like a certain beating
I'm
that
only
happened in
throwing a
season
rock.
2.
I'm only throwing a rock.
No,
How's that
you
gonna
do it-
derail
you
the
do-
entire campaign.
I feel like you might derail the entire campaign.
Like throwing
I
a
feel like
single
Thompshire-
pebble on the ground, like skimming a rock is gonna derail everything.
Well, you made it
Do
seem like
it.
you wanted to hit her. Oh no.
Do it.
I just want to knock her freaking head off so she gets rained on. Is that
Yeah.
too much to ask?
Yeah, nothing bad will happen to it.
Above board, he can take refuge kind of inside the cave if the hat is unavailable for whatever reason.
Oh well.
Do you want to
Funny.
still? Up to you.
I am going to. My careful is 0. Number 1. But a flashy would be an attack, and so would a sneaky. So I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna try and knock his hat off with careful.
I mean, if you like spin it as making a statement, maybe flashy would work.
My flashy is worse than my careful. What are you talking about?
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You know her for the first
Yeah,
time.
it's
ever,
-1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's in the negatives. Yeah.
Yeah, then I don't know.
I'll use careful.
Let's see it. I will roll some dice.
It just kills him.
Just knocks the entire head off.
You hit Victrix in the back of the head. Ow!
I whistle and look the other way and pretend not to know what was happening.
She picks up a rock and tries to throw it at you.
I accept the hit. I accept the hit. That's my fault.
Yeah, she.
He's a rock foot.
Unlike you, she does not aim for the head. She aims for like your arm or something. What was that for?
Okay.
She asks you after she throws the rock.
I continue to whistle and look the other way. What was that about?
She makes that gesture, you know, like that gesture where you put your hand next to your head, sort of like, "Are you crazy?"
Bladebeard nods.
Must have been the wind. I pick up another rock and try throwing it at the person again.
You'll be hitting every member of our group before you hit the guy.
Does anyone stop Lyri?
No.
Let him do at least. Okay, then give me another careful, Lyri.
-1.
You throw it. You somehow throw it into the sea, not harming everyone, but definitely the wrong direction.
Are you done playing
Damn
with
it.
pebbles?
Yeah. I will get on my desk.
Karigosa grumbles, but yeah, she says, "I'll shift to my dragon form after you'll leave. I don't want to cause too much of a ruckus." Runeweaver and the Dongar sisters get on their discs. Shaoqi and go ahead.
Benjamin gets on his too.
Shaoqi and Hekala does too. Grouchy Heart no yos. Grouchy Heart no yos, and don't be back. What did you say, Khono?
Do we stand on these discs or sit on these discs?
Up to you, I guess.
Oh,
But
whatever's
as the
most
balance
comfortable.
on one leg.
Zhaoqi, who is the owner of this, says, "Whatever's most comfortable, just be awake so you can steer them. All right?"
Above board, how does it feel? Is it like magnetic to us? Do we like not feel like resistance from the wind, or how?
Sort of instinctively, you do feel the need to balance above board because you know the in-game animation for riding these things has the character.
Yeah, it's more
balancing
so
them.
like how do I stick to the disc?
Yeah. What I meant to say is you do feel instinctively that you need to balance, but oddly, and you do like feel the wind on your face and all that, but oddly enough, it doesn't really feel like there's any real chance of you falling. Unless, obviously, I don't know, you are about to go into a hurricane. Hint, hint.
Wonderful.
I will try doing some tricks on my disc.
Give me a flashy.
Okay.
Yeah, you turn yourself upside down and you realize, oh, I'm about to slam into the mountain. If you
Okay,
don't move
I
quickly.
I quickly tried to.
So,
maneuver away from the
any restrictions and limitations we should be aware of?
No, these are free 10 flying speeds, properly certified. Just yeah, don't stray too far into the open seas, or you'll start taking fatigue.
What?
Blinks. So you should be fine.
So there's like no height limit or...
Oh, there is a certain height limit, but why would you want to go that far? Lyri, give me a quick to see if you avoid the mountain.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you're able to what's the word? Adjust your flight very, very quickly.
Can I swoop by and take that person's hand? Or try to at least.
Give me a careful.
Okay. A -1.
All you do is scrape your hand against the rocks at high speeds. It hurts.
Ouch. Jesus, this person has like a shield on them that protects them from being fucked with.
And on the fucking note it says, "Fuck off already!" Shouting at you.
Jeez, we're going.
Let me know when you go.
I guess Lyri will lead the way.
I'll ask Khadgar if he has any last words of advice.
Let's see. I'll roll D30. Oh. 11. What's 11? Says, outlook is certain. Certain death.
Wow, okay. Thank you, Khadgar. You can...
Pogs at
Whatever.
you.
You're gonna die, Pogface.
Yeah, yeah. Let me know when you'll depart again.
Yeah.
Yeah, Benjamin's ready to go.
Okay.
Morg sits on his disc like this.
Bladebeard, can I get a careful from you to see if you notice something?
1.
Okay. The answer will be no, but you may get a hint. Okay. So, I'm gonna put something on screen. As established last session, you all are teleported to a small island close to the big storm that Zogaga caused. And from there you can use Zhao-Chi's flying discs to travel the remaining distance to Bladebeard's old ship. And this big map will be our sort of operational area. I'll mention it's not to scale though. You don't have to go to all the places on the map. And you all do find yourselves on a small island, which again can be best described as a mountain jutting out from the sea, with a small entrance and dock. And before you stands a certain group of individuals that I have put on screen. Yeah, you find yourselves on this island, having just teleported from Aaran. And the person that is named Ulrika will step forward and say, welcome to the Antonidas Spire. I am, and she's immediately interrupted by Anastasia Dawnguard, who says, "Hail, mages of the Kirin-Tor."
Wait, am I tripping?
Before you stands, and she is also immediately interrupted by Zhao-Chi, who says, "Oh, look at all this. This is amazing." Anastasia grumbles, "I wasn't done," but fortunately Victrix restrains her. Bladebeard, you have this weird headache. It seems like something's wrong, but you're not quite sure what. Anyway, Ulrika says, as I was saying, welcome to Antonidas Spire. I'm the one in command of this expedition, a joint expedition with the Kirin-Tor. I'd like to ask my companions to introduce themselves. And, of course, if there are no objections, they will.
Jesus Christ, Teeironor. I actually thought I had some kind of glitch or something.
Same, me too.
I only was like, wait, there's a dead guy now.
Wait, there's a dead guy? What the hell? What happened? Wait, was someone there before? I don't remember anyone being there before.
Who's the asshole guy?
Oh.
Oh!
On that note,
Oh!
Benjamin and Lyri, you all will receive sendings. They'll be slightly different than before. Feel free to spot the difference.
What the fuck?
Well, Lyri can't spot the difference because she rejected the previous sending. But anyway, Benjamin, you receive this sending from Chemis. Lyri, you feel like you're about to receive a sending from Velnev's spokesperson. Do you accept it?
I will, I'll accept it.
Okay.
I guess Benjamin has no reason to respond any differently.
Lyri, this
is scary. What the hell?
Lyri, this is your sending.
Can I ask while Lyri? Wait, we aren't aware of this, right?
Nope.
Then why would Lyri choose differently?
Maybe the fact that there's 6 people instead of 7 trips or somehow.
Sure, just asking, I guess.
Yeah. I was also gonna be like, I should probably reject it as well, but I was like, also, if we're gonna be reset a bunch of times, and I want to metagame with it.
Just for clarity,
This is scary.
just for clarity for the viewers.
We haven't even gotten to Villalai and we're already being fucked.
Just for clarity for the viewers, Lyri's sending, the one she receives from Velnev's spokesperson, says, Lyri, we've been informed that you have departed Aaran. A Teeironor member disappeared. Is this related? Report on your mission.
Lyri will respond with, yes, just having to do some things to see the security of Orb.
Could you type that in chat if possible?
I don't even remember what I just said.
You said yes to oversee security of Orb, something like that.
Yes, just doing something to see security of Orb.
Thank you very, very much, Zelryn. So, for everyone, there's no difference other than the fact that there's a grave, like someone died. Seems fairly recent. Bladebeard has this splitting headache out of nowhere. Probably nothing.
Wait, but do we remember the...
Nope.
No? No. We just came here and I have a headache.
Yep. A very splitting headache, I'll mention. But yeah, Ulrika introduced herself and says, my name is Ulrika upon a time, and she asks her companions to introduce themselves, and they do.
Who died?
Grouchy Hartnell above board. But in character she would say, we've had an unfortunate incident. One of our members got too close to the door. Indicating.
What door?
She indicates the Teeironor door behind her.
You know, one of our friends here is kind of a door whisperer.
Oh. The elderly dwarf says, would he like to try to open it? And Jody says, I don't think we should put strangers in harm's way. That sounds irresponsible.
Well, unfortunately, getting in harm's way is kind of our specialty.
Are there any Sith Lords nearby? Anyway, Dura, the one in the back, says, you have a mission. The tides are confused but say you should go. Wow,
Like the sea?
This is the first time she's spoken in a week, says Ulrika, and Dura nods at your question.
Okay. Is it in any way related to a shark guy that's friendly sometimes?
Shark demon.
She looks confused. Says, the tides speak. I listen.
Okay.
Trinik, the red-bearded dwarf, will say, yeah, I hear the tide speaking too, and then the silver wings fly in the sky, and I'm all here.
What's the door?
Wings?
Ulrika says he's been out of it for a while. What was your question? Asking Lyri.
What's with the door? You said it vaporized someone?
Yes, Hartnell. He died recently. Light rest his soul. Anyone feel free to give me careful to see if you notice something.
Oh, sure. I'll go for it.
1.
A 7, a 9 if my stunt applies.
Yeah, your stunt will apply. As that was a very, very good roll, so I have to give you a very, very good result. As Ulrika says, oh, light rest his soul. You see the elderly dwarf, and again, I have to give you a very good result. The elderly dwarf and the gnome exchange quick glances. Suspiciously.
How so? If we might ask, since we might get close to it.
As I said, he got too close to the door, says Ulrika. Yeah, this isn't a job for amateurs, says Jody.
So, like, was he just walking and he vanished? Did the door shoot a beam or something? Like,
I don't think any of us were there to witness it, says Ulrika.
Are there any like wild animals on this island?
No, it's
Above board?
no above board. Well, above board you don't know because you've just been here.
if I might ask, how do you know that was the case?
Well, because we've tested the door before with inanimate objects like rocks. Anything that gets too close, it incinerates. And, well, we were away doing our own business, and then we heard a brief scream, and we turned the corner and saw a pile of dust when we couldn't find Hartnell anywhere, says Ulrika.
Benjamin will grab a rock and throw it towards the door.
They said they already tried inanimate objects, dumbass.
Yeah, I know, but I'll do it anyways.
You grab a... Go ahead.
Can I search the island for like any like, I don't know, like other birds, other crabs, anything?
Give me a careful. Benjamin, you throw the rock, and yes, out of the eyes of the door, small, for lack of a better term, lasers shoot out, instantly incinerating the rock.
Would a person have time to scream?
Ulrika says, well, we...
No, I'm asking above board, not out loud in character.
Then I'll answer Lyri's question meanwhile. Lyri, this is based, as described, sort of a mountain jutting out from the ocean. There's not really a lot of space for wildlife. That said, there are a couple birds nearby, like nesting. Not too many, though.
Okay, I'll return to the group.
Yeah, above board, there's not a lot of landmass to explore without climbing, if that makes sense. But above board, yeah, Benjamin voiced the question. I don't know if anyone wants to answer that question.
I'm more so like asking the DM.
And what do you expect me to answer?
I don't know, like yes or no if I need to roll.
But yeah, I guess give me a clever, yeah.
A 1.
Hard to tell. The rock was incinerated fairly quickly, but like for when it incinerated the rock, the door unleashed fairly small lasers. Maybe for a person they will be bigger. There's no way to tell. Best answer is, I guess, I don't know, throw someone at the door.
Benjamin kind of scratches his head.
Lyri,
And another question above board. Are all our companions here?
Yep.
Okay.
Lyri will return to the group and get on her little, I almost said skateboard. What are they called again? Hover discs?
Flying discs, I think.
Flying discs.
Or flying clouds, something. I don't quite remember.
I'll get on my disc and just start kind of idly.
Well,
Getting a
do
grip
you
for it.
want to try to open it, Bladebeard?
We are perfectly fine managing this on our own, says Jody. We're good. We're good. We don't need any help.
I think there was something wrong with the teleportation spell. Maybe a part of my brain got left behind.
I think
What?
I think that's hard to happen because I think there's barely anything in there.
My head hurts. That's what I was trying to say.
Do you need any medical assistance? Asks Rune Reaver, or do you think you'll recover?
Is the headache going away?
No. Not getting
Is it
stronger.
like really bad?
It's not getting. It's distracting. Like it was like almost a splitting headache, as if someone just hit you in the head when you first arrived on the island. Now it's not as bad, but it's not getting any better. You almost feel again as if you were just struck in the head.
Your head hurts?
Yes.
What,
Why is that funny?
What, did you need my crown? Did you need my little crown to help you?
Sure.
No.
Well, Ulrika says, well, we have a first aid kit, but none of us are healers necessarily. Trining the red-bearded dwarf says, I saw a healer once. It came on silver wings and it dropped me here. You've been saying stuff like that for the past few days. What's wrong with you? Says Ulrika.
What's silver wings? Like a dragon? A bird?
Silver wings, says.
Maybe it's a metaphor.
The NPCs exchange worried glances like, what the hell? Ulrika says,
Disembodied wings?
silver wings, he says proudly, like, yep.
An angel.
A Kyrian, he says. Everyone looks confused at the term.
A what? You got cured?
Ulrika
Seems-
says maybe if any of you are heading back to Aaran, maybe you could take Trining for some medical assistance, if you don't mind.
Why would an expedition not have like a medic? That feels like an essential position.
Well,
We don't have a medic.
and also most of us are mages. We sort of assume that if trouble came, we're just a teleportation spell away.
Oh, actually, we have. We have Hakala. She's a priestess.
She glances at you and says, I have already told you I've been no healer.
Why not?
Blinks.
Can I try and slink away from the group?
Sure. But above board, there's not a lot of places to go other than climbing the mountain. This is not a big island.
Benjamin
was
would like
just
turn to
intended-
Anastasia. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just intending to do some kind of near reason to go off and do some practice with a hover disc, kind of,
Oh, right.
like, what's the word for flying? It sounds nice. I guess. I guess practicing is the best word. Yeah, just kind of getting grips of the hoverboard and things, because this conversation seems kind of boring for her.
The NPCs will not stop you even if they notice you, so I don't know if you necessarily need to roll. You can if you want to.
Okay, that's fine.
What was Thompshire going to say?
Oh, I was gonna turn to Anastasia and say, aren't you like a paladin mage person? Can't you like...
Paladin Stewardess of Magic, wielder of the blue flame. Need I go on? Victor
does
says no.
blue flame heal?
It heals the cause of righteousness and burns the wicked. Victrix says no, it doesn't.
Okay.
It's sort of akin to frostfire, sort of.
So no healing spells.
No. You probably better be better off with a fireball. At least a fireball can cauterize something properly. There is
Gotcha.
nothing that is impossible for the cause of justice, says Anastasia.
I can heal the soul with a song.
Above board. Bladebeard, can I get a careful to see if you notice something? Nope.
0.
It is what it is. Oh, Jody says, look, we don't want to impede your mission. We've got our own stuff to do. we'd rather get back to work, right, everyone? Ulrika says.
Does my role carry over from the previous thingy where I noticed she's afraid of like losing
No,
her job, I guess?
it wouldn't, because it's different circumstances. So feel free to roll again.
Sure, I'll do it. A 4 or a 6 if my stat applies.
Yeah, you sense a bit of fear and uneasiness. You're not. You suspect that it's her job to like ensure that people go into this door, but you think she's a bit too uneasy just for that to be the case.
Is this contract work for you guys, or do you get paid only if the door is opened by you?
Contract work for me, says Jody. Ulrika says, well, we're part of the current tour. We're on a mission, she says, indicating herself, Dura, Amu, and Aramita. Dura says, the tides brought me here, but yes, I'm on a mission. Amu says, I found this place while searching the current tour archives, and I told everyone, and I got me brother and me adopted daughter to join us. Aramita nods without saying anything. Trying says, Silver Wings brought me here, hi?
This guy next to you?
Which guy?
Like the older dwarf.
What's your question about board? I'm sorry, I got confused.
Oh, I'm asking if those Silver Wings is the guy next to him, his brother.
You asked Trinik. Trinik says, aye.
Interesting. Do you have wings by any chance?
Amu says, oh, for fuck's sake. And rolls a quick.
For can I ask for what?
He seems to be doing something with his hands. Quickly.
Can I try to understand what first, or do I have
seems
to...
like a spell.
Can I roll?
Roll to do what, sorry?
To, like, trying to understand what it is?
Give me a clever.
A 2.
Seems arcane in nature.
Okay.
You're missing your chance to do something if you refuse.
Oh god, what can I even do? I'll just kind of say, hey, what are you doing? To like make everyone aware he's doing something.
Huh?
3,
What's going on?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay.
Are you counting like in character? Or...
No, I'm counting the seconds on OBS. And I think I've given you enough time.
This is scary. Okay.
So, as established last session, you
No!
all be teleported to a small island close to the big storm that Zolgaga caused. From there, obviously, you can use Zhaoqi's flying discs to travel the remaining distance to Bladebeard's old ship.
Is there a fast forward button?
And this big bump will be our sort of operational area. I'll mention it is not to scale those,
This
so
is
you
recorded?
have to go to the places indicating on the map.
Skip.
Okay. Yeah.
I think Zelryn should read the recap every time we reset time.
Also, let me make a note in editing that time fuckery happened at like specific timestamps.
So wait, everyone's back at the island?
No,
Like,
give me a
what's that
second.
in?
Give me a second. Once again, well, first and foremost, Bladebeard, can I get a careful from you to see if you notice the things happening? What did you get? Because I can't quite see at the moment.
1.
Once again, you feel, well, not again, but you feel like you've just been hit in the head hard.
Ow.
Like like you perhaps double over in pain. Give me a second.
No, nobody died.
Nobody here.
Oh no.
Give me a second. As previously established, The person, like Ulrika, steps forward, says, "Welcome to the Teeironor Spire. I am," and she's interrupted by Anastasia saying, "Hail, mages of the Teeironor, before you stands," who is then interrupted by Zhao Qi. And Anastasia yells out, "Hey, I wasn't done." And she is briefly interrupted by her master, who agreed to join you all in this excursion, who says, give it a rest, Anastasia. We're
Wait, Caligos?
in place of Runeweaver."
What?
Oh.
Oh god.
Wait, Runeweaver's gone? No!
Wait, so in our
accidentally-
heads, Caligos was with us all along?
In this timeline, yes.
Oh god.
And,
Then-
what does Kyrie have to say about this?
She's grumpy, as usual, because you guys are heading into a mouth of hell. And Caligos is also grumpy. And when you've met Caligos in Aaran, he seemed like a fairly cheerful, open person. He advised you on how to deal with the Council of Six and all. Now
Wait,
he's reluctant to participate in this expedition, but feels that he kind of has to, because, you know, you're heading to a place that has meaning for the Blue Dragonflight.
Wait. Guys. Now, not to be rude to Runeweaver, but do you think Caligos is an upgrade stat-wise?
Yeah, no, it's even upgraded character-wise.
You, Benjamin and Lyri, you receive sendings that are slightly different than before.
Oh god.
I will accept mine.
Okay. Benjamin's, this is your sending. Says, "Hey, I left Eyes of Kurog in Booty Bay. Angry orcs showed up. They're trying to take your ships. Goblins arguing back. Above board,
Reply is the same.
no mention of a Tauren. Lyri, your sending is a bit different even more. Says, "Lyri, we've been informed that you have departed Aaran. I've been getting questions from Orgrimmar itself about you. Report on your mission."
What? Orgrimmar? Wait,
It seems insistent, like, give us
do
a
I know
report.
anything about this? Like, does Larry know anything about Orgrimmar?
No, this is the first time that, like, Orgrimmar has been involved in your sort of life. Like, Velnif apparently is getting questions from Orgrimmar about what the hell you're doing.
Okay, I'm gonna respond with Orgrimmar, what the hell?
Above board, in the tone of the sender also seemed alarmed, like, "I need answers from you," if that makes sense.
Yeah, I would say, Orgrimmar, what the hell? I'm doing a mission to get close to the orb.
Could you also type that in chat, please? Thank you very, very much. Now, Bladebeard, you get, again, a splitting headache and a weird feeling of deja vu. But for everyone else, of course, this is the first time that you're here.
Larry looks very concerned and very shocked, if anyone wants to bother noticing.
What's with the funny door behind you guys?
Yeah?
What's with the funny door?
Oh, well,
funny door.
The elderly dwarf says, "Well, we've been assigned on an expedition to study the place. We've been trying to get in. We've had no luck. If any of you are willing to try and open it, you're more than welcome." Ulrika says, "Well, that's moving ahead a bit, but yeah."
Now that you mention it, one of our guys is kind of a door whisperer.
That's a weird way of describing what I do.
Am I wrong?
Yes.
Larry is going to take a disc and she's gonna move somewhere and try and do a sanding again if that's possible.
Of course it is, yeah. The NPCs will not stop you. Caligos, ever the cautious person, will say, don't go too far though. We ought to get going as soon as possible, I imagine.
I have something I need to do.
All right. We'll be here if you need us.
So, Caligos, what do you think we should do? I always trusted your judgment.
Above board, yeah, Bladebeard, you also have this weird feeling like, have you always known Caligos above board? But in character, Caligos, who in character has known you for at least a few days, says, well, I think perhaps it would be best to stay. I'm not particularly eager to head into the proverbial mouth of hell, but if we have to, we have to. Then I leave it up to your group, of course. And Kyrie says we should just go back already. Calgo says, I agree with you, dear Kyrie, but we are here to help and, well, to ensure that our friends don't make any mistakes.
Can I send a sending spell?
Of course you can. To whom?
Is it possible to send it to the guy who sent me this one?
Yeah, again, this is like sort of Villeneuve's secretary person. But above board, you're probably better off sending it to Villeneuve himself, because the secretary person is just the mouthpiece.
Right. I'll send it to Villeneuve.
Right.
It's the mouth of Sauron.
He has better teeth. I'll say that much.
That's not very hard.
Yeah. Do let us know when you have the sending ready.
Yeah, I'll type it out.
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, in character, Caligos expressed his opinion that you should stay because Ilalai is scary and maybe even head back to the Aaran. Anastasia says, Master, this sort of caution, we feel like she was going to say another C word, does not suit you. And Calgo says, well, what have I taught you, Anastasia? It's never a good idea to rush headlong into danger.
I disagree, but alright. I trust you.
We should go, we're wasting time, says Hekala.
Okay, I have a sending.
Let us know when you're ready.
What's this Orgrimmar business? I'm all for working for Quothalas, but Hellscream? Since when? What's going on?
I am typing out a response right now.
Who should tell Lyri that Quothalas is with the Horde?
I think it's more that she was kind of assuming that what she was doing would, not be taken to Orgrimmar.
While I type out the response, feel free to interact or ask questions further or anything like that.
I mean, if Kalik thinks we should go to Ilalai and not stay here, I guess let's go.
So no door whispering?
No door.
I think you would say something like, oh, there might be something useful inside that door.
No? I mean, if Kalik doesn't think this is worth the time, then no.
I have your reply, Lyri. Says, I'll paste it in chat. Not entirely sure. Horde is really aggressively looking for you and your companions. I told them you're on side. I need info to tell them. You can sort of infer that he needs info to sort of get them off your back, proverbially.
I see.
And Hekar says, indeed, we be wasting time here.
Lyri will return to the group of her desk with a really foul expression on her face.
Are you not curious about this? It's somewhat close to Ilalai, could be related to troll heritage or whatever.
Can we just go? With mission. Yes, mission. Guys.
You okay?
You okay?
Mm-hmm. Just as soon as we get this orb stuff that with
Orb stuff?
I mean,
what orb?
I mean, Ilalai stuff done, the better.
The faster we're going to. Are you that excited to go to the whatever mission the curator has for us next?
I'm just a bit antsy.
The silver-haired dwarf says, well, of course, we don't want to impede on your own mission, but we always welcome the assistance here. Right? He asks. Ulrika says, yeah, right. I guess you've always been eager to recruit new members for our expedition. And
Does
Training mutters to himself in silver ships they came. No, silver wings, right.
Silver ships?
Wings, my bad.
What wings?
Silver wings.
Is the map out?
And who's they?
They.
Who's they?
The ones with the silver wings.
Is the map out above board?
Who has silver wings?
Angels?
I'll take you one at a time. Zelryn, what do you mean if is the map up? The time loop has not happened yet, if that's what you're asking.
No, as in, do we have the map? Don't we, like, and Runeweaver had a map. Do we still have the map?
Yep. Provided by this timeline's Runeweaver as well, who unfortunately could not join you guys on an expedition because he got very, very sick very suddenly.
Okay, Lyri will take a glance at the map if possible.
Yeah, do you want me to switch screens over to the map?
No. I know what the map looks like. I'm fine.
Okay.
Just, she'll take a glance at the map and then get on a hoverboard and start heading out because she's pretty antsy.
Oh, well, someone's getting ahead of you, says the silver-haired dwarf. What was your question, Benjamin?
Who's they?
The ones with the silver wings, says Trinik.
Benjamin kind of scratches his head and notices the grave. He says, "Did you lose someone?"
Aye, the silver wings, they came. Ulrika says, he's been saying that for a couple days already. No, that's the grave of our friend Hart. No, he got too close to the door and got incinerated.
Do they not exchange glances this time around?
Give me careful. Above board, I do have like NPC reactions in mind, but I want you to ask about it, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. That would be 7.
Jody, the one on the left, seems mildly alarmed. Dora, the one in the back, seems confused, and she seems to be muttering, the tides. The dwarf and the gnome almost like stand there almost stoically, like, nope, I'm inconspicuous. I'm not trying to garner attention. Trinik, the one on the right, mutters, yep, like nods, silver wings.
The silver wings killed him? Is that what you're saying?
They came, and they did what they had to do. Ignore him, says Ulrika. If you need, do you need any? I'm sorry. I'm sure this is an odd reception. Is there anything we can do to aid you? We don't have much in the way of supplies, but we're here to help if you need us.
Evil wings.
Meanwhile, Lyri's zooming into the eye of the storm without the artifacts in hand to clear said storm. Though it will take her a while to get there, so to be fair.
Yeah.
Should we be going?
Yeah, it's a bad idea to leave Lyri alone.
If you want to stay and help, says Amu, we're always willing to accept hands, just as we can help you with your expedition, I'm sure.
Oh. Sorry for interrupting you.
I think our roster is full, but thank you for the offer.
Of course.
Maybe they have flying mounts as well.
We don't, says Amu.
Oh, you can ride on Kyrie or Kalik. They have 2 dragons as well.
Caligo sort of whispers in your ear, again, that's not something you're supposed to share with others.
Oh yeah, sorry.
He gently puts a hand on your shoulder, like, it's fine this time, but don't do it in the future, sort of way.
Actually,
I mean,
I don't think we should take more people to have them die on us. Especially since it seems their expedition already took a bit of a toll. Physically and mentally, it seems.
Well, we are, Ulrika says, we do have business here. Like, we do have stuff to do, of course. So, obviously, the manpower we have is, for lack of a better term, precious. But, of course, we are part of the Cantor. Well, most of us are anyway. We're perfectly willing to assist if you need us.
I'll kind of, while she talks, I'll kind of keep staring at the two who are acting very inconspicuous.
The gnome looks you in the eye, sort of like daring you, not daring you, but like if you stare at her, she'll stare back at you, not blinking.
I'll raise an eyebrow.
She does as well.
I'll raise another eyebrow.
Does as well.
I'll raise a hand.
She chuckles and says, I'm sorry. Whenever people were staring at me when I was a kid, I always play this sort of game with them. People don't appreciate, let me rephrase that. This is the DM fucking up, not Aramita fucking up. She says, well, kids, don't really like, she points at her weird pale eyes.
Is she being truthful?
Give me a careful.
That's a 2.
Uh-huh.
I suppose I can relate to the eye business.
Hey, you do have striking features, says Zamu. But he puts an affectionate shoulder on the hand of Aramita and says, I've taken in my daughter later in life, but well, I feel like what's the word? I'm sorry, I'm stumbling over my words. He will say, I feel like her eyes have been nothing but a blessing.
If it's not too personal, how did you two,
The fall of Nomargon, she says, simply, as if that explains everything.
How long ago was that?
Between Warcraft 3 and WoW, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5-ish years ago.
And how old does she seem?
You be careful.
I don't think we have a canon about gnomish aging.
I'll say her features look young, so she does seem like almost as if you'd adopt like a 16-year-old. Like, yeah, I guess it can happen, but yeah, you know what I mean.
And she followed in your footsteps?
She's trying to, I think. I don't want to speak in her name, but I have always had an inclination for the arcane and the ancient histories, and well, she did too. And I could never have chosen a better daughter. Well, you know what I mean.
Can't say I've met too many dwarf mages. I mean, I actually met one recently, but
Yeah,
suppose
the
it's kind of
lady who
uncommon.
arrested you in Aaran, yeah.
Oh, I was thinking of Spellbeard, but sure.
He says, well, there aren't too many of us, admittedly. My brother here's a former Griffin rider. Points at Trinik. Says,
Former.
Silver Wings they came. He says he
a
took...
griffin.
He went... He's not been in a good way since his Griffin died years ago, but he tries to stay involved. The Silver Wings took her from me, but I'm here.
Wait, Silver Wings killed your griffin?
Silver Wings, he says.
What kind of beast has silver wings?
Amu says he's been out of it for the past few years, but he's been our contact with the Explorers League, and I figured when we found this site, it was only right to involve them as well. And Ulrika says, and their aid has been invaluable so far. Well, not that we've managed to get past the front door, but the preliminary research we've done on the surrounding area has been valuable.
Do the lore walkers, was it, have anything to say about this place?
As you've turned your attention to Shaoqi, you've noticed that she has been painting the whole while. Not like an elaborate painting, like something you can hold in a hand. Says, sorry? Yes, this place is fascinating. I desperately look forward to heading inside. And Cargo says, well, ancient ruins are perhaps not best explored so casually.
Oh, you wanna go inside?
Not particularly, says Calagos. We're already on a bit of a dangerous mission. I don't see the point in making it even more dangerous. Besides, didn't these folks say that the doors cannot be opened? So far, says Amu.
So, you say you found about this place?
In the old histories of Ironforge.
Ironforge? Isn't that kind of far from here?
Well, shrugs. The dwarfs have been around for a while. It was in Ironforge, but it was a sailing account from Stormwind. A ship had gotten stranded fairly close and mapped more or less the place before finally managed to make sufficient repairs and head back to port.
Interesting. I'll stare at Khadgar, say if he has anything to say.
Also, give me a careful to see if you notice something. Also, do you want Khadgar to answer above board?
Sure. And I got a 4.
Okay, first and foremost, let's see what Khadgar has to say, because maybe he'll just give the answer outright for you. 13. What's 13? Unclear. Try again. And Benjamin, with a 4. Oh, you can roll your 6, right? I'm sorry, I missed. For whatever reason, my brain thought you rolled forceful. That's why I paused. I don't, because I read the FUL and I thought forceful. No, wait, that's careful. Never mind. Okay, for 6. Amu says, oh yeah, the ship got stranded here, then made repairs and managed to get back on sea. But this is a rocky island. There are no real trees nearby. How would they have made repairs?
Where are you lying?
Above board, because I'm using a screenshot that Banrak kindly provided me, and that screenshot happened to have a tree. Please ignore it.
I'm seeing.
I was asking in character, not above board.
He says, Amu says, lying?
How would they repair the ships? How would they repair the ship? There's no trees here.
I mean, it is a centuries old account. Maybe there were trees here centuries ago.
Also, sometimes usually you bring materials with you on a ship.
Not true. Are you a sailor? Amu asks Bladebeard. Are you a sailor?
Aye.
I'd like to hear of your travels if you don't mind.
Ooh, I would love to tell you about my travels, but we are in a hurry, right? I actually need to. My ship and my crew were stolen, and we need to find them.
That's unfortunate.
They're in Lala Land. Ilalai? Something like that.
I see. Look, nods. Says, well, if you want to stick around and tell your stories, you're more than welcome.
Maybe some other time.
Rika says, well, we haven't had entertainment here for a while, but we don't want to interfere with your own mission.
Oh, I can be very entertaining.
She takes a while to understand your not-so-subtle meaning and says, no, sorry, no, I don't. I play with the same team.
Anyway, are we leaving?
It kind of rubs me the wrong way, but sure.
I know it's kind of anticlimactic because we talked about this for so long, but we have other business to do.
Oh, well, safe journeys. We'll be here if you need us. And Caligo says, well, we can stay if you prefer, but into the mouth of hell we go, as the proverb goes.
Is that a proverb?
Is it? I admit I'm not as experienced with humans as I'd like. I admit.
How long have they been talking about blood?
20-ish minutes, 20 to 30 minutes. You're nowhere near close to Ilalai
Okay,
yet.
good. I was like, am I being freaking blown around by, winds yet, or something?
Again, the distances on the map are not really to scale, for lack of a better term. It will take you at least a couple hours.
Damn.
But this is the closest sort of mapped landmass that you could teleport to, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and Lyri will be kind of annoyed not seeing people follow her. Because then she'll have to wait a long time when she gets there.
Also, you've been flying at 310% speed for like 20 minutes. Maybe the island is out of view by this point.
Yeah.
You be careful, because maybe you're getting lost. No, okay, you're able to steer the course and you can find your way back to the island if you need to.
No, you don't need to.
Back on the island.
I ain't waiting for those freaks.
Back on the islands, Uriko says, well, it was a pleasure meeting all of you. Do let us know if there's anything we can do to aid you.
I think we're fine. Yeah.
So what happens overboard?
I guess we mount our disc.
The NPCs would follow along. Obviously, Kalgos will say, Kyrie and I will follow after you leave in our dragon forms. There's not a lot of space to shift, so we would rather, make the space first, if that makes sense.
Benjamin kind of offhandedly mentions to the others. Having silver wings would be kind of cool now that I think about it.
Oh, I'm sorry to inform you, Benjamin, but there are no silver dragons. I know all about dragons. Kyrie taught me.
Maybe there's a giant silver parrot.
Maybe.
Dragons in my land, they usually don't have wings, says Zhaoqi.
How do they fly then?
Those are called lizards.
Well, they're arguably not dragons. There's the Jade Serpent. Go ahead.
Is that a green dragon?
Yes. Well, not quite a dragon. Similar to a dragon, but not quite. She's an ancient spirit.
Interesting.
It's a shame that I couldn't explore this place further. But look, she points at some of the lovely paintings she has drawn of the big door, standing there menacingly.
Very nice.
Yes, this is my specialty, by the way. I can draw magnificent images of your adventures, and I can, of course, give them to you for cost.
Oh, awesome! That sounds
Oh,
amazing.
it's like those tourist traps where they make like caricatures of you and then have you pay them.
Yeah, good analogy. You mentioned you guys were mounting up?
Yeah.
The NPCs, minus the blue dragons, will as well, and do let me know if you depart.
We regrettably do, because it will only get worse, but oh well.
Time to go.
Bladebeard as well?
Yeah. If Kalix says that we should go, we should go.
Can I get a careful from Bladebeard?
0.
You almost black out this time with how sudden and unexpected the blow in your head, in the back of your head feels like. So, As established last session, you all are teleported to a
Fast
small...
forward.
Okay, fast forward. Above board, Caligos is still with you. This time, in this timeline.
Are you okay, Bladebeard?
No, I'm
but
just gonna lay in the sand for a while.
Sorry, go ahead.
feel free. Well, I think you have time to react that way to Bladebeard's predicament. Yeah, this...
What the hell happened to him?
This will
I think
do.
it's like portal sickness or teleport sickness or whatever.
Yeah, I hate magic.
If you need me to find like a cold rock or something, you know.
What, to put me out of my misery?
By the way, am I tripping?
put on
or
your head.
Weren't the gnome's eyes green last time?
This is the same image as last time.
Oh, okay. Then tripping then. Sorry, I'm looking
yes.
at the details.
We all are.
Benjamin and Lyri will receive sendings as usual. They'll be slightly different.
I will accept.
Benjamin, you receive a sending from Chemis. Hey, I left Eyes of Kilrog in Booty Bay. Big orc fleet arrived looking for you. Please advise.
Oh god, it's getting worse.
Lyri, your sending from Villeneuve's spokesperson is... Lyri, we've been informed you have departed Aaran. Horde forces in your area. They don't know you're on side. Report on your mission.
Doing mission to get closer to Orb. Roger.
Could you
How many
type that in
loops
chat?
will it take until Garrosh is on this island?
Good question.
There he is. Again, looking very distraught, if anyone would bother to notice this time.
Larry, you okay?
I imagine Benjamin also looks
Yeah.
distraught, given the sending he received.
Yeah, I'm doing a different response.
I'm okay. Guys, there might be some bad stuff here.
Well,
yeah, I
he
got the
his
reply.
head.
Yeah, no, don't ask how I know this, but there may be Horde forces in the area.
Ed?
Very bad.
Can I go ahead?
Yep, yeah, whenever you want.
Big orc fleet? What the hell? Looking for me specifically? I'll send a message back.
Feel free to whatchamacallit, type that in chat, please. Okay.
Is my sending spell recharged?
Wait, is mine as well?
For both of you, yes.
So is this some timey-wimey shenanigans?
Well, do you want to send your sendings? Do let me know.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Does no one have anything to say about the fact that I know there's Horde in the area?
Benjamin, at the very least, is displaying the telltale signs of being in the middle of his own little sending spell.
What the hell?
My reply is, give me more info. What do you mean fleet? What do you mean looking for us?
Guys?
Let me type that.
Hello?
Aye.
So, Bladebeard's dead or something. Benjamin's
You wish.
chit-chatting with his dad or something. Mohawk is the only one listening to me. What do we do?
About the Horde? I mean...
About the Horde in the area, yes.
Got Kalik with us. I mean,
Okay, like, what do we do about the Horde?
Well, I'll be honest. I can't go against the fleet. Do you want to get involved in a? They won't follow us into the hurricane at the very least.
Cowards.
What the hell?
Do I get a response from
Yes,
mine,
I'm sorry, I
or-
was typing
Oh,
it,
sorry.
but there's
No
lots of
problem,
things
no problem.
going on. The response you get. Did you say it out loud for the viewers?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, he did.
The response you get from Chemis is, I mean, looking for you, Benjamin, Aaran, Bladebeard, Bud, Lyri, by name. 5 ships, angry orcs, overrun Booty Bay.
Lyri is like biting her nose off right now.
Sorry, can you repeat that? It got interrupted.
Me repeat or Lyri repeat?
No, yeah, the sending spell. The reply.
It's in the Discord.
Oh, sorry, I'm blind.
I mean, looking for you, Benjamin. Yeah, by name.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Guys, the Horde has overrun Booty Bay, and they're looking for the 4 of us specifically.
That's what I just said! They're in the area! Why else would they be here if not for us?
So they're here and in Woody Bay.
Oh, they're everywhere.
Here, says Ulrika. What do you mean here? I'm sorry, I've not introduced myself. I'm in the group. The NPCs introduced themselves.
Wait. I can fix this.
Look, I'm sorry, we're having a bit of a situation. Could you wait a bit?
Wait. Benjamin, our sending spell Garrosh.
Have you
What?
met Garrosh?
What?
Yeah, we met. Did Lyri?
Lyri
Lyri
does
was
not
up
know
there.
Garrosh.
Lyri didn't
Garrosh.
exist.
God. Do we know anyone from the Horde?
We know that orc guy, but
What orc
he's
guy?
in Stranglethorn. And you probably met like an orc when you were in Silvermoon, maybe? I don't know.
Surely I must know. Do I know?
You know
Can I-
John Orc.
Can I? Tino, can I roll like a d10 for something funny?
Yeah, give me.
Can I roll to see if I know the orcish ambassador in Silvermoon?
Give me a d20, and the harder number, the better.
Okay.
/ roll space d20 if you. Yeah.
6.
You. The only orc you know is the. At one point when you were like still managing your family tavern, a group of orcs came in and trashed the place, but they were clearly drunk and they were escorted out by the guards.
Who do I know?
You know their names. You know enough to send them a sending spell if you
I'm
want.
not gonna send some random orcs. I'm saying, like in character. I'm saying, who do I know? Orcs. Who in the Horde do I know? Who isn't young enough? Guys.
Can I get careful from all of you? This is to see if you hear something.
Garrosh is on the island.
That would be something, wouldn't it? The answer for Lyri, Bladebeard, and Morg is no. But maybe it will be for Benjamin, I don't know.
Sorry, I wasn't here. What was that?
Careful
to see if you hear something.
No, I'll go ahead. For what exactly?
to see if you hear
We don't know
something.
yet.
A 2. I'll reroll.
What are you looking?
Hear something relating to what, like people talking, like a general sound.
General sound, I will say.
I guess traveling sellsword. I guess being out in the wilds, I gotta always have a keen ear to.
Makes sense to me. Yeah.
Wait a second, you are no longer a traveling sellsword.
A traveling swordsman. Shut up.
Adventuring swordsman.
Is it? I don't know. Whatever.
It fits either way.
5, so a 7 if the stunt applies.
Let me check the wording.
Swung in the distance.
Noticing or analyzing. Yeah, you, with your keen and experienced ears, and also you've been on the sea for quite a while, you hear the telltale signs in the distance of, is that, and before you can connect the dots, you hear in the distance a shrill goblin voice yell out, "Benjamin Aaran!"
Guys, can we leave right now, please?
We'll be as.
Leave where?
we'll be
Wait, do I remember killing him?
In this timeline, you did not kill him.
Shit.
We'll be sitting ducks if we just fire on the discs.
Well, Benjamin's the only one who heard that.
Yeah, but
Remember that
but
Tylus
he's
goblin
running.
that is unhealthily obsessed with me?
Yeah.
He's back.
Oh.
We should leave right fucking now.
Everything
I-
going bad
Leave
the
on
moment
what?
we come
Leave
here.
how? Oh, just get on disc and be a target for everyone? No, not her.
Yeah, they can't see us yet.
Wait, that door. We break in and we hide in there until they go.
If there are enemies approaching, this is Amu speaking. Yeah, it will be a safe spot inside, but we haven't been able to get inside so far.
I don't care.
Have you-
Blade
have you
Bit,
heard-
open the fucking door.
Have you heard of a fucking siege? They can just stand outside and wait for us to starve.
Oh, they won't even find
We
us.
got
the
endless
thing.
popcorn.
We go in. Yeah, we have endless popcorn. We just shut the door behind us and we wait until they leave.
I can also teleport us to Netherstar.
Open the door. Blade Bit, do it.
I'd actually rather die.
I think Netherstorm is worse, actually.
Blade Bit, door now.
In the distance, you now see red sails on the horizon as
That's it.
this thing approaches, as well as another one. Go ahead.
We've been here for 5 minutes. How the fuck is this possible?
Just open the fucking door, Blade Bit, now.
Did,
You can probably
I'm
help,
not gonna.
Bladebeard.
What do you mean you're not gonna?
What?
The orcs are coming.
I'm not gonna do what you tell me, criminal.
Okay, Lyri is
Bladebeard,
going,
will you listen to me?
Lyri's going to
No.
approach the door.
okay. Jody says, I would advise against it. Do you still do?
I pause for a second. Why?
It incinerated heart now. She points at
No?
the grave.
I think you should try, Lyri.
Oh,
How? Lyri will pick up a rock and throw it at the door.
Yep, as the expected result, the rock is incinerated.
How fast was it incinerated?
Give me a careful to see how well you observe that.
-1.
You blinked and you missed it.
Bladebeard, we're gonna fucking die. Please open the door.
What
We're gonna
Jody
die.
Jody says, what makes you think he can open the door?
Because he opens doors, he talks to
bloody
robots.
Titan.
How do you know about that?
You know what? If you're not doing it, I'm leaving. Bye. Lyri will grab a disc and just dart off in a random direction.
Presumably away from the ships that are approaching from the west.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Alright, now that she's gone, let's open the door.
I would strongly advise against that, says Jody. And Ulrika says, "Look, our best bet is to teleport back to Daron. We can't stand up to Horde warships. I mean, we could, says Caligos, looking at Kyrie. Kyrie sighs and says, you know, I was just in naval combat a few days ago. I don't feel like doing that again.
I thought that was yesterday.
The Booty Bay debacle of the blood cells, that was a few days ago, I think. Like 2 or 3 days,
Oh.
I think.
Oh,
Bladebeard, just fucking do it, please.
I mean, Lyri's not here anymore, so, you know, like, you know, you can do
Also,
it
does
for
anyone
us,
have a
I guess.
sniper rifle by any chance?
I have a cannon.
Oh, what? Kyrie says, look, it clearly is a dangerous thing. We don't need to mess about
Actually, what's the range of my axe?
I need to like look
Don't-
up. I
Don't
need to.
you fucking...
I need to look up D&D 5e like range, thrown weapons range.
It's a magic axe. I think I've thrown.
Yeah, I'll like double. I'll double your range maybe, but you won't. It won't reach the ships yet. If that's your
Damn.
questions.
throw it at Lyri.
No.
That's what I thought he was suggesting.
Oh no, her other hand.
60 feet in 5e, so like 120 feet in with your magic axe. In meters, that's like 40 meters ish.
Oof.
Jody once again says, not Jody, Kyrie says, look, you don't want to mess with these kinds of ancient ruins. me and Caligos can just take care of those ships. I'm not feeling like it, but it's just 2 ships and we're who we are. We'll be fine. And we'll be here to fight, says Anastasia.
I like that plan. Let's fight.
We're gonna fight the Horde.
For victory and justice.
Does anyone have a spyglass or anything? I would rather not.
I
Yeah,
cannot,
you
I
go.
cannot believe Benjamin is still just like sitting here letting this conversation happen.
Weren't you the one who literally said that leaving on the disc would leave us exposed?
Yeah, but you guys decided to do nothing instead.
So
Better.
do I get a spyglass or not?
Yeah, here you go.
Here.
Can I see if I see any special weapons or weird looking people on these ships?
Give me a careful, I guess your stunt will apply.
That would be a 5 with my stunt.
They have a big cannon each.
Like a normal cannon?
I said a big cannon. Like
But like
a
normal big cannon.
Ships normally have like cannons on the sides, and they do have those, but they also have like a big mortar, iron horde almost type of thing, on their prow.
I guess Black Fuse would be doing his shit by now. Okay. Well, they seem ready to pummel this silent to ash. Can mortars hit dragons, or?
Anything can hit dragons if it's accurate
Well, I'm
enough.
just asking you if it's specialized enough for it, I suppose.
Depends on if it's magical ammunition. Someone speculates Caligos. I have not encountered a mortar I couldn't dodge, though.
I don't know, I don't like the vibes of this. This goblin guy that's after me is kind of very obsessed. I don't know.
Ulrika says, if you want to fight, we'll wait as much as possible. I'm not a warrior in the metaphorical sense, but I'll do my best. Amo the silver-haired dwarf says, we can try the method of heading inside. Jody says, that's suicide. Why would you even propose that? Just saying.
Maybe there are weapons inside we can use against the Horde.
I doubt it, says Jody.
Still worth a try.
I'll ask Khadgar what we should do.
Let's see what Khadgar says you should do. 17. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, useful piece of advice. So the number 17 is a useful piece of advice. What would a useful piece of advice be in this situation? Funny enough, it's what you're looking for. Okay, let me think for a bit.
Hell yeah, Khadgar.
Don't eat yellow snow.
Khadgar says, I'm sure it will be no trouble. Either taking those out or getting inside. Either should be easy. Says Khadgar, but up to you how much you believe him. So Khadgar says, either taking the ships out or going inside should be easy enough.
Going inside is easier. I vote for that.
Well, as long as I'm not the one
Jody says,
trying to open the door.
Jody says, going in, that only delays the problem. They can come inside too. Hell, with those cannons, they can pummel the mountain and drop it on us.
I'm not saying we are not going to fight them. I just want to see what's inside.
Why now? Exploring should happen in a safer environment.
What if there's an army of cool robots inside?
Oh yeah.
How is that even a likely possibility? The more likely possibility is that you damage the archaeological site.
Who cares about that?
I think it's gonna get
Yeah.
damaged no matter what with them here.
Ulrika says, "Yeah, I actually agree with Jody on this one. I don't think it's worth the risk. I'm sorry, as the one in charge of this mission, I can't let this happen."
Well,
Well-
but as they just said, is the site gonna be destroyed anyways?
Kyrie says, "I mean, we could just take care of the ships, I guess." Looking at herself and Caligos. Caligos says, "Well, it's been a while, but yeah, it would be good to flex my wings." Trinik mutters, "In silver wings they came."
Angels?
Dragons?
Of a sorts. I looks at Benjamin.
Silver wings? Like,
No, there is no silver dragonflight.
hey, what color was that dwarf guy we met that we thought was an orc?
Gray.
He had
Gray?
gray skin. Is that silver?
But his dragon wasn't gray.
Did we see his dragon?
Really?
I don't
Or-
remember.
You
Yeah,
did
he
in
was
Booty
black.
Bay. Yeah.
I mean, those kind of grayish with a bit of blue. Do those silver wings have a bit of blue by any chance?
Do you know what silver is, Benjamin? It's
It's
not
like
black.
gray.
Kyrie says,
No.
why are we talking about this?" And Ulrika says, "Right, the horde's coming. Could you please go?" Kyrie says, if you all will continue debating, I'm going. Caleb, please come with me. We'll deal with the issue. All right? Any objections?
I think we should just go inside the cave thing, you know, the door. Fighting two ships.
Ulrika says, "Look, I welcome any aid in getting inside, but not if it means risking damaging the archaeological site. We ought to do this later."
Holy hell, you guys are so
Later?
massive. Just knock them over.
I don't think there's gonna be a later.
Lyri's not here to suggest that. I
I
believe.
know, I'm saying that above board. Lyri is, how long have they been talking?
In a sort of deja vu moment, 20-ish minutes. At this point,
Am I moving fast above board? Am I moving faster than the ships are going?
Yeah. no need to worry about them catching you.
No, that's fine. It's
But-
a nearly win, I'd say.
But at this point, for everyone on the island, you can clearly hear the goblin's mad cackle of Benjamin Aaran, as once again he's strapped to the prow of the Storm of Vengeance.
Was that the same ship he was on last time?
Nope.
Okay.
Why didn't you kill that guy when you had a chance, Benjamin?
I thought about it, okay? I'm
mean,
making
it-
sure he dies now.
You have this axe that you can like throw 40 feet away. Why
Yeah,
didn't
the
you do it?
ship is like more than 40 feet away.
But the last time you met him,
I forgot, okay?
So we gonna try to get the door down, Bladebeard?
yeah, sure. I'll open the door.
Do you
Alright.
do you approach the door then?
I'll turn on my arcane saber in case a laser appears.
Ulrika says, "I strongly urge you to reconsider." Do you still do?
Sure.
Okay, yeah. You approach the door, and it does not incinerate you. Instead, the eyes almost shift to look at you, and it says, let me find what it says.
Something prime designate.
Says, detecting temporal interference. Is this accurate, prime designate?
What?
Give me a
I,
calculation.
Does everyone hear this?
Yes, seems like it. Well,
Shit, not again.
Except Kyrie and Calgos, who are going to shift to their dragon forms to fight the horde ships.
I'll shout to Bud, get Kyrie and Kelleg.
Alec, come back.
Why?
Did you not listen? Sorry, yeah, sorry. I thought it was the other NPCs. Just get them here.
No, let them destroy the ships.
No, but don't you get it? There's the door just said there's time anomaly or whatever.
What?
Oh,
It didn't say that
there's a
at all.
time anomaly.
Give,
It
Is that
said
what a temporal is?
temporal appearance.
feel free to give me careful to detect any potential NPC reactions.
Okay, careful.
Yep.
A 4, so that would be a 6.
It will be a 6.
Well, I guess Morg would be racing after Kyrie and Halik and shouting about temporal nonsense.
You're not making any sense, bud. Sorry, Moarg, says Kyrie. With your 6, Benjamin, you see Amu and Aramita, the dwarf and the gnome, exchange glances. Aramita seems to be like opening her mouth to ask a question. Amu, the dwarf, tells her, "Not yet, let's wait." Like whispers that.
Benjamin thinks it's what the door said, so you know it must be important. And I don't know, time shenanigans is bad.
Look, we're gonna deal with the issue before it damages whatever's inside. I'm not particularly interested in human archaeology, says Kari, but nevertheless, I wouldn't want a potential Titan ruin to be damaged by the Horde. Calgo says, I agree with my colleague, though perhaps not in the same words.
They're gonna go fight the Horde, Benjamin. They don't seem to really care about the type or whatever that thing was.
Well, that's a terrible time not to have a fucking standing spell.
I touched the door.
Confirm access in spite of temporal anomaly, Prime Designate.
Is this a good idea, Bladebeard? If it's asking you, I'm not sure it's a great idea to open it.
Amu, the silver-haired dwarf, says, "This is the first time anyone's gone this far without being incinerated. This is fascinating." Ulrika says, wait. Am I the only one freaked out by this? What Prime Designate? How are you able to touch it?
I told you he was a door whisperer.
Yeah, that
That's a
explains...
weird way of describing what I do, but alright.
That explains nothing. What...
I can open
Whatever
doors.
happened to
I'm
the-
a rogue. I'm a rogue.
Look, we've dealt with time shenanigans before. We can't open this door just willy-nilly.
Yeah, what
when-
happened to what happened to the pants? Like, you know, the time pants?
I'm wearing them.
Yeah, Bladebeard has them. Give me careful to see if you detect any reactions, NPC reactions.
I forgot.
Just Bladebeard or everyone?
Anyone.
I want to know what
Oh god.
Gurn reactions is.
Gurin's really thinking about maybe it might be a good time to, eat that rock over there. But Morg with a 4, when the topic of Bladebeard's time travel pants is brought up, Amu and Aramita, the dwarf and the gnome, can't help but let out a visible jolt in reaction that they quickly try to cover up. You know,
A jolt in what sense?
like
surprise?
they visibly jolt. Like, what the hell? And they try
Do
to
you
like
guys
compose
know what
themselves.
the time? Do you guys know what the time pants is? Morg says that, very loudly.
I'm first time I'm hearing of that. What are you talking about, bud?
Time pants, says Amu, and Aramita says, "I don't know anything about any time pants, but such artifacts should not be left in the hands of mortals."
And it
Mortals?
isn't.
Amu facepalms the dwarf and begins casting a spell. I'll roll his quick.
I'll tackle him.
Give me your own quick. Oh, I'll probably reroll that.
A 7.
Yeah, I'll reroll that. Mostly because I really want to shift to the next timeline.
I don't.
Time.
It's only gonna get worse.
I'll use
We're gonna get to Teeironor timeline.
I'll use another fate point to improve my roll.
I mean, by this time it's the same, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
You want to improve it?
Yeah,
then
it's a-
I'll
it's
also
a nine.
improve mine.
What are you invoking?
I'm invoking traveling swordsman, I guess. I've been in scuffles. And sometimes people want to draw their weapons or cast a spell or whatever, and I gotta stop them before they do.
Sure. I'll use my last fate point for the scene. I only have 3 because Lyri's not here.
And I'll use another one, and I have to check my aspects because I don't remember them.
Oh fuck! I forgot to make a note of the time fuckeries that have been happening.
I'll say veteran of the Northrend campaign. I guess this shows like my military prowess, so this kind of move is something I would have used in my training/career. Does that make sense?
Sure. Makes sense. Tie we're currently tied. Means either you succeed at a negative cost or you fail. Your choice.
I'll succeed at the negative cost.
God, I just realized I could make this very negative.
Oh god.
Do it.
But
No.
that would, I think, would be too sadistic.
But sadism is fun.
I'll reveal what the very sadistic thought I had was in our post-episode discussion, but I'm not gonna do it because that will fuck up the campaign way too much. Okay.
What?
I'll reveal it later, but I cannot reveal it now because it might affect what you guys do. Okay.
I think I have an inkling of what he would do. But
Benjamin
carry
gets
on.
warped into the ultimate timeline.
I was gonna say that we
Yeah.
get stuck here forever, but sure, go ahead.
Something like that. Okay. It's a negative cost. I guess the negative cost would be that the Horde ships begin firing early and maybe begin burying you alive.
Wonderful.
Which is, funnily enough, less consequential than what I had in mind. Okay, the ceiling takes 6 points of damage. In my calculations, one more hit and it's out as a mortar shell hits the little cave entrance you guys are in. It rumbles heavily and says, Ulrika says, "Everyone out! We can't be here if this thing falls on us."
I'm gonna say, okay.
Why? What are you doing? Says Amo, whom you have tackled. He seems to have misplaced his dwarven accent above board.
Okay, I'll say, undo whatever the fuck you did here before we get buried here with you.
All right, I will. Get off me, please.
I'll kind of put it like my sword to his neck and say, and why should I trust you to do what I just said?
So what do you want from me? You told me to do something, but you don't trust me to do it?
Well, I'm just telling me, why should I trust you to do it? Convince me.
Do you trust me? Says the
I
gnome.
don't.
We've traveled together, we fought together. I've helped save 2 of your companions.
What? Shit. Okay. Why are you here?
To prevent worse things from happening.
What worse things?
Get inside the cave. She says, almost ordering you. We'll put everything back in place, says the silver-haired dwarf, if you do. With the outcome that you went inside. What the hell is going on? Says Ulrika.
We've killed you once. You know what the consequences are. And I'll kind of sheathe my swords again. My sword.
Who did we kill?
Huronir or whatever his name was.
Chronic above board.
Chronic, yeah.
But actually in character too, he'll say chronic.
What?
Filthy mortals, he dusts
This
off
is-
his robe.
This is Petronimi and her dad.
No.
Hi, she
Oh.
says. What's going on? Says Ulrika. That's not the names I know. And Trinik says,
We've got
the
a-
silver wings have come.
We've got a bronze dragon and an infinite dragon here with us.
I
Oh.
have so many questions, says Ulrika.
Yeah.
Anastasia
Is that
says,
why they know the time pants?
Anastasia says, so do we kill them?
Put things back how they were.
I will. Get inside.
I'll look at the others to see if
Do you want
They-
the NPC reactions or player reactions?
the player reactions.
I have no idea what's going on, Benjamin. What are they going to put together?
I don't
Back
fucking
together.
like. I don't know. They probably did some time shit, like the door said.
Who can they bring us back to that cave with frozen Lyri?
Let's not get into that, please.
Meanwhile, Kyrie and Kalgos have transformed and have gone off to fight the Horde ships. Because they
I wanna see
realize
that.
well, they realize that if they take another shot at the cave, that's bad news for you guys. What were you saying?
Oh.
You know, during the Second War, I saw like red dragons burning blue ships, but this is the opposite. Blue dragons are going to burn red ships.
That is
Okay,
ra-
Bladebeard, this is not the time.
That is rather amusing, says Ulrika, if I knew what the hell was going on. You know, I'm supposed to be in charge here. You know, I'm the leader of this expedition. And Chronic says, shut up, you stupid mortal, or I'll erase your grandfather.
Hey,
Looks at
okay?
you.
Calm down.
You calm down. You jumped me.
And you started this whole shit.
For the betterment of Azeroth.
Well, explain how this betters Azeroth.
Because if you don't go into that door and let loose whatever is inside, where the place that you're going will unleash a catastrophe on the entire planet.
What catastrophe?
Death.
Cataclysm. I knew it was coming again.
And why should we trust you in specific?
This isn't going to work, Father.
Should we just head in the cave then? If they're saying to head in the cave, or
I'm
Fine,
in
Blade,
charge.
then
No,
open-
nobody's going in the cave unless I say so, says Ulrika
Look, this is
impotently.
gonna come down anyway, so we're all gonna die, so maybe we should go in and just be done with this.
The Silver Wings can make sure that nobody dies, says Trinik.
So now they're your friends? And how about the guy
No,
you killed?
No, he's just brainwashed, says our Petronimi, indicating Trinik. The fact that we replaced his brother broke his mind too much.
Are you gonna bring him back
Oh.
too?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
And the guy you killed?
Shrugs. An inconsequential loss, but fine. Get inside. Nobody
You
is
good?
going inside, says Ulrika.
But how long have they been talking?
Add another 10-ish minutes.
Okay.
Actually, I think, yeah, it's enough time for another cannon shot, I think.
At the cave?
Well, yeah.
Oh shit.
Okay, cave begins collapsing with that roll.
Okay, Bladebeard, open the fucking door. We're gonna die here.
Wait.
We have a couple seconds. I'm counting on the clock.
Alright, I'll open the door.
Welcome, Prime Designate. The door opens as the cave begins collapsing behind you.
Everyone inside.
the Moarg would bum rush in?
Okay, let me change the background as you head inside. As you all see a somewhat familiar landscape. As in somewhat familiar, it reminds you very much of what you saw on Lapidus when you went inside the cave. this isn't... I'm working with the screenshots that Banorak has sent because I don't have World of Warcraft anymore. So we'll make do with this, if that makes sense. But as you make your way inside, you do hear the distinct sounds of machinery deeper in the building. Building for lack of a better term, the cave. And you find yourself in a series of tunnels. Do you go forth? Do you pause?
I would like to see what's in the jar.
Yeah, give me a careful. This will determine how much loot there is.
1.
Stray gemstone.
Gemstones.
Sapphire, I think.
Ooh, I'll take it.
Fuck! Why couldn't you people have told us that this would save Azeroth or whatever from the start instead of this whole rodeo business?
Would you have listened? And besides, your task is not done. Release the entity you will find inside. Says Petronini.
What entity?
Chronic says, well, you've done something like this before.
And if you reverse time or whatever, won't it be stuck again?
We'll preserve this outcome, but reverse any changes that have otherwise been caused.
You know, all this timey-wimey bullshit is just gonna make me think of that scary guy we saw, okay?
Which one?
Murzon.
Oh, right. Give me a careful to gauge their reactions, because they will know what you're talking about.
He didn't really
that would be
describe
an 8.
him well.
What did DoomGoblin say?
He didn't really describe him well, so...
Yeah, but in the context, I think it's clearer. I, the DM, had the brain fart, not the two of them. And with an 8, Petronimi, for lack of... I'm not sure what to call her, looks anxious, but like genuinely anxious, and Chronic says, brilliant, isn't it? Now let's get going.
What's brilliant?
You'll see in due time. Move, he says.
Is there anything under the table?
Give me another careful.
0.
No, not so much.
Benjamin will just be staring at the mural while Bladebeard does his looting.
What, is
The
that
mural...
like a sheep?
I'm sorry, again, the mural is not representative, and I don't think there would be like any actual murals that display what I want them to display in game. But
I don't think this mural makes sense, even if it were.
Yeah, it's weird
Like-
vanilla WoW stuff. Yeah.
Like, why are there babies and animals?
Yeah. Give me a... I'm trying to debate between careful and clever. Yeah, give me careful to like decipher the murals that you do see, because there are murals here, just not the ones imaged.
5 if my stunt applies.
Pretty sort of also give me a clever to interpret them.
A3.
Oh, that's good. Okay, sort of in tandem with what you thought of before. There are murals of a massive battle between two forces that you can't quite decipher. Well, one of them looks vaguely like one of the forces looks like it's composed vaguely of humanoids, and one of weird bugs and tentacle people. And the weird bugs and the tentacle people have, this is the corroboration part, 4 very noticeable elementals on their side.
There's some
Of different types, if it wasn't clear enough.
There's some guys fighting those squid monsters and some elementals.
Benjamin is just a picture. Don't be scared.
The mural continues. Do you want to continue deciphering the story?
Sure.
Give me another careful and clever.
Another 5, and for clever, a -2. Okay.
So you see sort of what it is, but don't realize what it means. Okay. With a critical fail. The battle between the two forces seems to be interrupted, but you have no idea why. It just seems like, I don't know, they maybe got tired of fighting or something. And then the mural continues.
I'll continue on.
Careful and clever.
A 6 and a -1.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, after the battle was finished, the humanoid-looking people built 3 pyramids. And 4 tower things.
Benjamin kind of scratches his head.
If only Lyri were
Well-
here. Or Morg, funnily enough, because he's clever.
Well, 4 pyramids, 4 elementals, I guess.
Don't worry your pitiful mortal brain. Just do as you're told, says Chronic.
Look,
Maybe I can take a look.
I'm sure as you already know, I can't really do shit here, okay? Only Bladebeard can.
I'm our last hope.
The Petronymi and Chronic look at Bladebeard as if expecting him to do something.
What's up?
Go release the creature inside as you've been told. Do you want me to erase your grandfather? Says Chronic, and Petronymi says that that's not a good idea. I'm just bluffing.
Aha. You're bluffing.
On that front, I can do far worse to you. Move.
Alright.
Do you?
I guess we
move?
go deeper into the temple.
For on the part of the other NPCs, well, except for Trinik, who's completely out of it, they seem to be like studying the ruins, almost stunned. But feel free to give me a careful to see if you notice a different reaction. Bladebeard does not. Benjamin, maybe. Does Morg
Maybe
try?
with a 5?
Yeah, with a 5 you may, but I'm waiting to see if Morg
Oh, okay,
tries.
gotcha.
No, Morg does not either. Okay. Jody doesn't seem too happy about this. Do you remember who Jody is?
Yeah, the explorer lead person.
Yep.
Not happy about entering the place?
I mean, it was my job to get into this place.
Well, you're still getting paid if you survive.
I guess. Does not look satisfied.
Can I try to, like, gauge in what sense? Like,
Give me
is
an
it a
arcana.
pride thing? Is it... okay. A 3. If my stunt applies, that's a 5.
It will be a 5. What's the best way to say it? Well, I the DM, I'm saying that, not her. It's definitely not a pride thing. More of a, wait, this is not going as planned thing.
Well, what were you expecting?
A few months of stable employment, I guess.
Well, hasn't it been years or whatever?
No, I've only been here a couple days. Well, yeah, I don't think you need to roll that she's still hiding something.
And what else?
What else?
You tell me.
Shrugs. Let's just move on.
I mean, if time is getting erased anyways, you might as well tell me.
Don't trust those two.
Says who?
I'm saying I don't trust those two.
Is that it?
Well, apparently they're not a father-son duo. They're dragons of some kind and they have some plan to save the entirety of Azeroth, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Why not?
Do you... Above board, Thompshire, these types of situations are not normal. And she will,
I know, but
she will say, does any of this seem normal to you?
honestly, considering the last few months, kind of.
Look, if you want, if you think that it's necessary, she taps one of her knives. I can remove the issue.
And then what? We get stuck in this whatever timeline?
I mean, I don't know that they have our best intentions in mind. What if releasing, as they say, whatever is in here? Well, look at that. She points at the mural. Do you think that's something we want to have happen?
Above board,
Above board.
they are totally, like, suspicious, right?
Who's they?
Like, Infinite Dragons, Khono and Petrine. Like, other players, they're not tripping, right?
I mean, of course, but like, what's the alternative here?
Beat their asses, I don't know.
And then what? We get stuck in this weird timeline?
I mean, they didn't want us going in here, and now they're like, yeah, go in here and do this thing for us.
No,
Kinda-
the Infinite Dragons want you to go in here.
But didn't they not want us to when they were in the
No, they've always been
Guys.
consistent that you should stay and go inside. Other team members have said no, fuck
No.
off.
Oh, okay, that answers my question.
Specifically, Jody was always one of the ones who said no, fuck off. But obviously in kinder terms than Grouchy Hartnell, who was just a dickhead.
Did they kill him specifically because he was too rude?
I mean, he's the main reason you guys left. So, you know.
I see.
Anyway, back to present time. She said, I mean, look at this, indicating the mural. Don't you see, what did I say? Something like this, sort of implying this proves that I'm right and they're wrong.
Look, for what it's worth, we kind of met a eccentric but relatively nice elemental some days ago.
I've also met nice humans and nice dwarves and nice gnomes. I'm not going to make a judgment on their entire race, but look, they were on the side of the tentacle people. At least regarding tentacle people, I'm willing to make a judgment.
Fair enough.
Someone's lighting fireworks outside. That's bizarre. Sorry.
It's the horde cannons.
Maybe, sure.
Look, I'll see where this goes. For what it's worth, we know one of them. Well, we know both of them, but well, one of them seemed to be good at one point, at least.
Your funeral. Well, I guess our funeral. Then if this actually dooms the entirety of Azeroth, unlike what they say, then what?
Well, guess that'll be on us.
What do you mean? We're talking about the apocalypse here.
What do you want me to say?
That we should stop them and not
How?
do what they want.
Look, I'll try to see what I can do, okay?
Alright. Meanwhile, I'm guessing we shift to Bladebeard and Morg.
Sure.
Lyri, you're just traveling the seas, minding your own business, heading into a hurricane, as you do. Bladebeard and Morg, you travel deeper into the corridors. Trynic is just muttering to himself about silver wings. As for the other NPCs, most of them are completely fascinated by their surroundings. The two Petronymi and Chronic, they sort of are glaring at you, Bladebeard, almost as if you're their sort of hostage, even though you're not. But they clearly want you to just keep going and like not ask questions.
So wait, are you really like Petronymi and Chronic?
I told you there's no point in talking to them, says Petronymi to Chronic. The gnome to the dwarf. The dwarf just says nothing.
You look like a Pandaren last time I saw you, and you were a Dark Iron Dwarf. Or wait, no, you were a
You're
Shattered
trying my
Dwarf.
patience. Just do what you're told.
That's not what I usually do.
Chronic,
usually does something else.
the dwarf sort of puts his hand in front of Aramita the gnome and to sort of calm her down and says, "Look, we're all on the same side here. We want what's best for Azeroth. You want what's best for Azeroth. You want to get your crew back and not cause an apocalypse of..." He pauses. "An apocalypse on the world. Our interests are aligned. Let's just keep going." Aye?
Do I believe him?
I will say it's odd how he suddenly lost his accent. At the very
But
least.
do I believe that this thing is stopping the apocalypse?
Up to you. And of course Morg.
All right. I don't know.
I don't know if I trust these guys.
What? You're like much taller than me. You can't whisper and expect I hear you.
If I don't whisper, then they'll hear me.
So what?
We're all
Then
friends.
B?
We're all friends here, says Chronic. I mean, you killed me once, but then you saved my life. We're all on neutral ground, right? Says Chronic.
Nope. You said you were going to bring our friends back to life in exchange for yours.
Petronymi says, and I did, didn't I?
Yeah, only two.
That's what I promised.
Is your father really worth just 2 lives?
We weren't exactly... haggling, that's the word. We weren't exactly haggling back then. You just went along with what I said. What are you asking? What do you want?
Can you, like, alter anything else from the past?
Well, of course.
You can.
Within,
Like, change history.
Within reason, says Chronic.
Within reason.
The dwarf, I mean.
How is anything within reason when it comes to changing history?
We know better than you, and let's leave it at that, says Chronic.
Can you kill someone before they actually died?
Simply, easily, or they correct themselves, yeah.
Ah, awesome. Can you, like, kill Zugalga before I ever meet her?
What the fuck?
They look at each other, and they ponder. And they would say, and Chronic would, after a bit of thinking, Chronic would say, it's best, at least on that front, that things wound up the way that they did.
No. Listen, Kyrie told me about butterfly effect, and there were no butterflies involved.
Blinks. Petronymi says,
I
told you it's
would
useless."
know, because I don't like bugs, so I would notice a butterfly.
Your point, mortal, says Chronic.
Just kill Zugalga, and you'll save a lot of people.
As I mentioned, The fate of Zulgalga is best set the way it has been set.
Alright. What else can you offer me?
Your life, keep moving.
I mean, your life is on the line as well. If this really will cause an apocalypse.
And your life is also on the line given the fact that it will cause the apocalypse. So we're on even ground. So that's not really an argument.
Well, I guess it seems like I'm in charge here. Because I'm the one that can do the thing that will stop the apocalypse.
You're not, Petronimi says, but Chronic again puts his hand in front of her and says, alright, let's take this one step at a time. To put it simply, we want you to go forward and release the entities inside. This will help in your quest and help save Azeroth in the future. Simple enough, mutually beneficial. I don't see a reason why this ought to be a trade or discussion. This is something that is in the best interest of all of us.
And why should I believe you? You made my hand look all old.
Because unlike you, I can see what will come. I can see the future. You do not have that capacity, but I do.
How do you know I don't?
Because I know you. I know your fate. I know when you're supposed to die. I know I know everything about you.
No, you don't.
You're like, show us this future that you're trying to do. Something like that.
Yeah.
That can actually work. He says, nods like, yeah, that will work. Shall we?
Ah,
Sure.
crack the code, Bladebeard.
Sure. Benjamin, do you also come on the scene, let's say at this point, so that you can also see the apocalyptic future?
Sure, he'll just get jump scared without without hearing the whole conversation, and he'll just be like in the middle of the hour of twilight in the next second.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? What the hell?
Chronic pulls out what looks like a transparent hourglass. And obviously, hourglasses are usually transparent, but I mean fully transparent. And begins casting a spell on it.
What the hell is that?
Benjamin, you see this, obviously.
Guys, what is he doing?
Showing you the future we're trying to avert.
Yeah, he asked him to do that so we can know what we're going to fight against, you know?
Wait, how can he show us the future? Future doesn't exist.
And
I think it does.
And the hourglass, after a few seconds of casting, opens up a portal. And through the portal, you see what can best be described as an utterly blackened landscape. Can I get careful from you to see how much you can see through that portal?
6 if my stunt applies.
Your stunt applies. Bladebeard, I don't know, you're thinking about donuts or something, unless you want to reroll, of course. Benjamin Morg, I'll start with what both of you notice. It's blackened because it's dead. That is, quite frankly, what you see. Death on a massive, enormous scale. You see skeletons of beings of all types. Fauna and fauna were obviously not spared. You see signs of gigantic battles having been fought, with the result just being death, for lack of a better term. And Benjamin, with a 6, you're not sure if you saw this right. Maybe it was just, you blinked and you missed something, but...
A bald guy with his shirt off?
No. You see a hole in the sky,
Yeah, it's the bald guy. Fuck.
It's the ozone layer.
And after showing you that, the Amu / Chronic begins closing the portal. Is this evidence enough for you?
What the hell was that?
Yeah,
Pretty bad.
Bladebeard, I think with a 0, you just saw, I don't know, maybe like a burnt house or something. So
His gamma settings were off, so he didn't see anything.
more like what I'm thinking is maybe Bladebeard just saw, like, focused on an extremely micro scale. Like maybe he saw a dead tree and he's thinking, oh, the apocalypse is just a dead tree, something like that.
Yeah, that doesn't prove anything.
What do you? And Petronimi says, I told you it's no use talking to him, father.
What happened?
What was that device?
Petronimi explains to Benjamin, we were just explaining your companions what will happen if you don't do what we tell you to do. In kinder terms, daughter, says Chronic, we are working towards a common goal, saving Azeroth.
I'm sorry if this is prejudiced, but don't infinite dragons kind of want to enter the world or something?
No, we want to... this is Chronic speaking. We want to ensure that the best timeline is what comes to pass. Which is about
And this
technically
is
not a
best
lie.
timeline?
Not if you mean what I showed you, of course I don't mean that. I mean what will happen if you release the entities imprisoned here.
And what do these entities do to stop this from happening? I mean,
They help.
from what the murals you see here, they were working with squid people.
You clearly have not looked at them deeply enough.
Well, I'm sorry, I just got here and it's dark.
Look, Amu says they have a role to play. He struggles, and Petronimi says, "Just tell them, father." And she says, "They clearly don't even know how to read." Glaring at you, Benjamin. And Chronic says, "Fine. Come with me," indicating that you should follow him to look at the murals.
Sure.
Okay, Benjamin does Morg and Bladebeard.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the NPCs are just staring like, what the hell is happening? Morg?
Yeah.
He takes you to the murals, and Chronic says, "Look, I'll put this in as simple terms as possible. Long ago, there was a battle. Big fight. Biggest fight ever. All that.
Bigger than the Second War?
Much.
Bigger than the, Legion invasion?
Bigger. Well,
Sure.
Petronimi says, well, that's debatable, but bigger.
I mean, they burned the tree. The big tree that Night Elves lived in.
Oh, you mean this recent Legion invasion? No, it's much small.
Yeah.
It's much bigger than that.
What? That wasn't small. There were, rocks falling from the sky.
And this was a clash of the elemental, no pun intended, forces of the universe. Look, to put it simply, big fight happened. And because of the big fight, big death was unleashed, surprising both people in the big fight. Okay, makes sense? Follow me so far? Okay. Then, the two people who were fighting got together to put down Big Death. Sealed it away. You know, look, she points at the three spires. Those keep Big Death in place. See? Simple? Makes sense? Yes?
So you're saying the squids and these guys work together?
Briefly. Don't you see? She points at the murals again. That the squids use your terminology, got vanquished in the end. I swear, mortals are so difficult.
And if these elementals are so important, why are they imprisoned?
Because they were on the side of the squids. Because the other side does not tolerate, what's the word? Disorder, disharmony.
Wait. So you're saying long time ago there were these two forces that fought against each other. There was this third thing that they united to defeat,
Briefly.
and now we need to release these very powerful guys who are in prison to once again defeat this third thing.
Because where you're going, Petronomy pauses. If things proceed as I think they will proceed, you might unwittingly release the third thing. So you'll need all the help that you can get to put it back down.
2 questions then. Number 1, won't the elementals cause a similar amount of destruction? And number 2, what is this thing we might unleash?
Is it Lyri?
To your third question, Chronic says no. To your and to your first question, it's an acceptable sacrifice. What was the second question? Above board, I missed it.
What's this third thing we might unleash?
Petronymi simply and brusquely says death. You've seen it, Silk. Haven't you fought in Northrend or against, the big bad up there?
Well, the Lich King is dead, so I'm not sure I get
And
your
Volvar
point.
or Dragon died with him.
Petronymi laughs.
Everyone knows that.
Chronic says, glares at Petronymi for laughing and says, any more information and it will break your simple mortal minds. Is this evidence enough that what we have in mind is aligned with your own goals?
Yeah. Why didn't you say that from the start?
Because in most timelines you don't listen.
So, are you saying if we abandon this quest completely, we won't need to free this elemental?
Yeah? But of course we know you won't. Because you're obligated to, and because, looks at Bladebeard, you want desperately to rescue your crew.
Of course. I mean, your daughter desperately wanted to rescue you.
We abandon no quest, says Anastasia, butting in suddenly. Probably startling everyone.
Exactly.
Victrix says, I think this prompted some big thinking, a thinking moment. Maybe we should reconsider all this. Don't be a coward, Victrix. We march forward towards victory. For the other NPCs, Zhaoqi has been sketching all the while, utterly fascinated. Hekala looks mortified. Genuinely.
Well, the choice is up to you, Bladebeard. I'll step back.
What does the snake think about this?
Hekala's wind serpent? Board?
Yeah.
Does not seem to be reacting at the moment. Feel free to ask it.
Kind of interesting. Isn't Hakar in cahoots with Moazala? I don't actually remember.
It's more complicated than that. Above board.
He'll ask the snake. What do you think about this?
The snake pauses as it genuinely ponders the question and says, do as they say.
I guess I'm gonna free whatever is in here. I mean, I always stand for freedom, so makes sense.
What does Morg think? I'm curious. Look, I'm also curious because technically Morg's the cleverest out of all of you, except maybe Lyri.
Isn't his ancestors that they're clever technically?
Hush.
Yeah, that's a good pondering. Morg's gonna consult his ancestors about all this shenanigans.
Give me a clever. Do you have... What's your specific question? You can ask multiple questions, of course, but they might be separate roles. But for this one, what's your first sort of specific question?
I guess, does any of this, like, add up or line up with what they're saying?
You see a vision of Imperator Gara, your distant Imperator ancestor, was obviously very well versed in the arcane arts, even though chronomancy nor necromancy was his specialty, but he is... Sure, him from Aldraxis. Sure. Neither chronomancy nor necromancy were Imperator Gara's specialty, but he was still versed enough in the arcane arts to at least be able to theoretically help ponder this question. So as he marches next to you, stroking his chins, because he's two heads, he says, "It is possible that this is right, but in my experience, those who dwell in chronomancy are also the ones most likely to manipulate time for their own purposes. As to whether their purposes align with yours, my child, grandchild, great-grandchild, great-great-great-grandchild, sorry, I'm unclear, uncertain."
Much to think on.
If you have any other questions, of course, feel free to ask an ancestor.
I feel like that's the main question he has on his mind about them right now. It was mainly just the tip.
Imperator Gara will pause it though, to perhaps help you along. I will
Doesn't
say...
Morg have a boost for clever when he...
Well, let me check. I know he
asks
did
a
in the
question to
past,
his,
but...
I think it's clever, I'm not sure.
Alright, he does. Thank you for reminding us, Benjamin. Because I don't remember all your stunts off the top of my head. So for 5. Okay, good thinking, Thompshire. So yeah, for 5, I'll give more information. Imperator Gara will posit. In a twisted way, their motives seem genuine, but I don't trust that they're telling the full picture. I mean, obviously, he points at the murals that perhaps you noticed for the first time, Morg. They clearly oversimplified the story for your purposes. Very heavily oversimplified it, I will add.
I guess Morg would,
I don't think that...
after...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go first, then I'll...
I don't think they're entirely lying. But there's definitely something more to what they're planning.
I guess after Morg would be standing, talking to himself, he'd glance over to Benjamin. My ancestor thinks that they are not telling us everything.
Well, that much is obvious, but...
To sort of emphasize, the Imperator Gara is referring to like the backstory that they talked about, but also their final goal, which seems to be more than just preventing the apocalypse.
He thinks that they are going to do something else. These murals are only simple pictures, or as they are talking to us about them.
Well, of course, we had to simplify it for your simple brains, says Petronimi.
And say we release these elemental, what then? Do we leave them free to do what they want, or do you have a plan for them?
Petronymy says, an actually decent question. I don't care what you do with them in terms of leaving them free to do what they want, but if they see the emerging threat, they will almost certainly react appropriately. Nobody wants to die.
Benjamin, that spell that you have on Lyri, that makes you her pimp, can you use that on something else?
I don't have the book to cast a spell again, so no.
You need the book.
Speaking of which, where is Lyri?
I don't think she made a secret of the fact that she was getting on her flying cloud and flying away.
I guess Benjamin wasn't just paying attention, so...
Yeah, she's far away.
Well, not that it matters. If they're end of the bargains.
Petronymy says, if you do what I want, I can reverse her decision to depart. Simple enough.
Well, you did say you would reverse everything to the way it was.
Except for releasing the denizens of this place.
Denizens?
Yes, there's 2 of them. There were 2 of them in the other place, weren't there?
No.
Yeah, it was the windy guy and the fiery guy.
Petronymy points at Bladebeard, nods, yeah, he's right.
What? Hazu was there?
Yeah, don't you remember?
No, I don't. I just remember the lava guy.
Well, Bobboard, I made Hazu up after a different hiatus as our warm-up thing, if you remember. But I did mention in that episode that he was also imprisoned in there.
Oh, I don't remember. Okay. So, earth and water, I take it?
Make mud.
See, you are clever, she says sarcastically, Petronymy.
Benjamin sighs.
Alright, let's free them then.
Do you proceed forth? This is a question for everyone.
And
Sure.
these towers you mentioned, who built them? Or pyramids? Was it pyramids? Towers?
3 pyramids, 4 towers above board.
I guess he asks about both.
What's the word your simple minds can understand? The makers.
Ah, the makers. The titans.
The very same.
Will we meet Teeironor?
If you're a good boy and do what you're told.
Oh, I always wanted to meet her. She's my favorite. Can you guess why?
Petronymy stares blankly.
Big titties.
Stares blankly. Chronic says, she knew we were going to say that. Now can we get going?
Alright.
Bobboard, do we get going?
Yeah.
Yes.
As you proceed deeper into the facility, you see seems to be more and more intact as you go in. And
What's a prime designate?
do you ask in character?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming you ask the 2 dragons.
Yes.
Nothing you need to worry about, says Petronymy.
Why is Bladebeard the prime designate?
Petronymy says, if I reveal that, you won't do what you're supposed to.
Why is that?
That's suspicious.
Let me rephrase. You won't do what you're supposed to save Azeroth, because you'll be too suspicious of certain things to actually do as the obvious use of them involves.
Won't you saying this also make us suspicious?
Perhaps, though not in the same manner as if I were to say it out loud.
So you're saying it's something really bad?
No. I'm saying that. Say hypothetically, I don't know, there was a button on the wall. Your instinctive answer would be to press that button, and it would be the correct answer. But if I told you, oh, that button might do something dangerous, you're not going to press it. When you should be pressing it.
Dangerous doesn't always mean bad.
True, but in the interest of caution, I will not review further information.
All right. Have we reached?
I assume that for this conversation, the march has paused, so I'm guessing you resume the march. Make sense?
Sure.
Okay. So, as you proceed further in, you will come across two individuals that approach to meet your group. This fellow and this fellow that approach you head on, and the one on the left says, welcome Prime Designate, and the one on the right says, my name is Mera, and this is my companion Dridmi. We have been awaiting your arrival.
Nice to meet you. I'm Captain Bladebeard.
Nods. Dridmi says, we have detected that Hazu the All-Seeing and Lord Khonos have been released. Are you here for the other two? Has the time finally come?
Time for what?
Jinx.
They ignore Benjamin either way, and they answer Bladebeard for the specified instructions, Prime Designate.
Construction?
Instructions.
That was in character.
Oh, then
instruction.
Then
instruction.
In character they will say instructions, repeating stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Can you elaborate?
You are the one who has devised the plan, Prime Designate. I'm not at liberty to discuss it with outsiders, as per your orders. I do have the items that you have requested that we, secure. They will be readily available to you.
Benjamin will glare at the two dragons.
Petronimi stares back. Chronic does not look at you.
Alright, I just want to make sure that you two know the plan that I made. So can you repeat it to me?
You intend to release the four elemental lieutenants, then venture to Old Rimnir and mend the old wound once and for all.
Venture to where?
Old Rimnir, Prime Designate. I'll type it in chat.
Mir. That sounds familiar.
Of course it should, Prime Designate. This way, if you will, indicating that perhaps you ought to follow.
Is this one of the random names Mother said, by the way?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, if you remember, Mother said old and interrupted herself, old, interrupted herself, old, interrupted herself, so it's one of the olds.
I don't remember. So I just remember her like enumerating a bunch of facilities.
Yeah, she said Olduar, Oldham, and maybe a few others that were already present in the lore, and then she said old, couple times because she was glitching out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, now I remember. Do you mean Old Doom?
Negative, Prime Designate. Though the Forge of Origination stands ready to be activated if need be, as per your instructions.
That place has a bunch of sexy cat people.
Petronimi says, let's move on. Clearly not willing to talk about the Old Dome thing.
What's wrong? Did you have some bad experiences there? I know that not a lot of people like sand, so...
True. Though, sand is sort of in our domain as bronze dragons.
Wait, aren't like bronze dragons guardians of dreams?
Petronimi says, I told you it's too annoying to talk to them. I told you.
Kyrie explained everything to me.
Of course you did.
I don't think you were paying attention, Bladebeard.
What did you say?
I don't think you were paying attention. Yeah.
Drin,
All right.
Okay.
Drinme, the one on the left, says, do you wish to secure your items first, Prime Designate, or to release the Elemental Lieutenants?
Oh, let's see the items.
Certainly, this way, please, Prime Designate.
Okay, can you call me Captain Bladebeard?
That designation is unknown, Prime Designate.
Benjamin, what's a designation?
I think it's like a name, a title maybe.
My title is Captain.
Certainly, Prime Designate.
I usually say aye, Captain, but alright.
Mir asks, is the presence of these outsiders authorized, Prime Designate, or shall I turn on the automated defense systems?
Well, I wish Lyri was here. Yeah, they're all cool.
Of course, Prime Designate. And Drinme and Mir would escort your group to a nearby chamber. I think Ulrika and Jody would stay behind, as well as Dura, to almost catalog everything that's going on. Trinik follows, still mumbling about silver wings under his breath. For the other NPCs, Anastasia and Victrix are with you, as are Hekala and Zhaoqi. Do you head to this little chamber that I mentioned?
Mm-hmm.
You head to a chamber that's sort of reminiscent of the one you saw inside Lapidus that I will put on screen in a moment. It will be this one. Give me a second. And as with the other one, there's also a throne in the sort of middle of it, and Drimmy indicates, please go ahead, Prime Designate, indicating that you should
Wait,
sit.
I didn't ask this the last time we were in a throne room. Is the throne like, well, how big is it?
Much bigger than you. Like, you have to almost crawl up to, for lack of a better term, to get in.
Yeah, I need a ladder to get to it, right?
Or someone, or a good jump will do it.
Yeah. That's not what I imagined the first time, even though I should have. So I should sit in the throne.
As per your own instructions, Prime Designate.
All right.
We are Mir says, we are aware that the mortal body you said you would inhabit is perhaps not adequate to the task at hand, but it's also indicated that you would be perfectly fine.
These guys have zero critical thinking. Maybe the curse of flesh wasn't so bad.
Above board, above board, these are iron dwarves, not earthen. Not that it necessarily matters.
Yeah.
I mean, the curse of flesh, does it not affect them at all?
The iron dwarves, no, not really.
Huh. Interesting.
Because they were made by Loken as tools of Yogg-Saron. Above board. So does Bladebeard sit as instructed, for lack of a better term?
Yeah. Anyone wanna join me? There's a lot of place on this chair.
I'm fine, thank you.
And as you sit, Bladebeard, assuming nobody joins you, of course, the sides of the chair, for lack of a better word, open up. The right side will reveal, just give me a second to put stuff on screen. the right side will reveal this, and the left side will reveal. I'm having a brain fart. Give me a second. I'm sorry about that. Oh, right, this. Yeah, this should do. And Drinme will say the signet ring of the false designate and the foreboding chronometer as instructed, prime designate.
Wait, how big are those items?
The signet ring, you could fit your entire body in. There would be a bit of a squeeze, but you could. As for the chronometer, it appears to be adequately sized for you.
You could use the signet as a belt.
It's a bit bigger than that, and it's also big and metal, but you know.
All right, I'll grab the pocket watch.
And as soon as you do, you touch it, and it vanishes into golden energy in your hands, and it drifts surrounding you, and then into something in your bag. Do you turn to look?
Sure.
And you will notice your hourglass change as it acquires a new form. Let me... What's up?
No, I'm just excited that an item is getting upgraded.
Shouldn't you ask what things do before touching them?
And,
I'll ask about the other thing.
and as the hourglass changes form into the more golden version that you see, the voice in your mind says, it is good to be myself once again.
I'll try to gauge like the dragon's reaction since it's a big golden hourglass.
Give me a careful, please.
A 7 if my stunt applies.
They appear blank-faced, almost as if this is entirely within their expectations, but they also don't seem excited about it, like, yes, Bladebeard is fulfilling our secret plan. This is like, yeah, we expected this to happen, let's just move on.
Fair enough.
From their point of view.
Wait, who said that?
It is I, mortal, the true prime designate, the voice in your mind says, that you recognize as the same voice that you've been asking for advice before.
So, what's up? What has changed?
I am myself once again, and you'll be elevated to your true form soon enough.
I am in my true form.
Indeed. Take the ring of the false designate and let us move on. We have business to do.
Not really my size.
Take it.
What does it do?
It will allow you access to places I, the true prime designate, were not meant to access.
Ooh, I like accessing places that I'm not supposed to access.
I figured. So take it.
Sure, I'll try to grab the ring.
You grab it, and as soon as you do, it reduces in size to fit the size of your respective ring fingers.
Is there anything like written on it?
You be careful.
One ring, two rule. What?
Seems to be, but obviously you don't know how to read. But even with that caveat, it seems to be written in something like in symbols you've never seen before.
Yeah, some form of Elvish. All right. This is a fingering, right?
A bobboard, yeah. And I
What's
think...
that?
Go ahead.
No, finish that thought.
What's
Thompshire.
that supposed to mean?
I think you know.
If you know, you know. all
I'll go to sleep.
Before you, you see Drinme and Mir kneel in front of you. Like, or out of their own volition.
Alright, I put the ring on.
You put the ring on. Excellent. Now let us continue. And the voice in your mind says, "Arise, my servants." And Drinme and Mir do so. Nobody else hears like the command of "Arise, my servants."
Wait. I'm the one who gives commands, not you.
Of course. Let us continue.
Hey guys, can you see me?
Are you asking? Who are you asking? The room?
The room.
Does Bladebeard look the same?
He was glowing before, and there still seems to be a remnant of a glow that's slowly going away, but otherwise he seems the same as usual.
So not made of iron or anything?
Correct. Drinme and Mir do answer your question and say, "At your service, Prime Designate."
Awesome. Well, we did what we came here to do.
There is still business at hand, as these corrupted ones have indicated. The lieutenants need to be released.
Aren't those two the lieutenants?
The elemental lieutenants.
These guys are not elemental. They're made of iron.
As you say that, Bladebeard, can I get a careful from you? Okay, you do notice. Sorry.
Finally.
Well, this is a different notice. You don't notice the...
I finally noticed something.
You do notice something. You think that your leg moved of its own volition, but you're not sure. Just one step.
Yeah, I don't like that. I'll jump off the throne.
You jump off the throne. It deactivates, like it powers down.
All right, I guess let's free the stony and watery guy.
Of course, Prime Designate. Right this way.
Hey, you voice in my head. What do you think about all this, freeing these elementals and stuff?
All is as planned, it replies.
As planned? What do you mean?
You will see soon enough.
You didn't tell me.
Do not worry. This will elevate you to what you were supposed to be.
Ah, the king of pirates.
As you say. As above board, the thing inside Bladebeard, its high concept will now change from corrupted shard of the Prime Designate to just shard of the Prime Designate, though the Prime Designate is in quotations.
Oh. So, Yogg-Saron is gone. No more.
Debatable.
No more corruption.
Debatable.
Alright, interesting.
What do you think? Is this a good spot to end today's session?
Yeah, I think so.
Next session should just be about what Lyri was up to.
Lyri's skating adventure.
Thoughts on today's episode?
I honestly thought the time traveling bullshit was gonna be more haunting. But,
you've not
let
seen
it
the
just-
next timeline, and I'm so sad that you've not.
Well, I guess you'll be telling us in the post-show.
I will. My only debate is there any possibility of Petronimi and company rewinding time again? No, probably there isn't, because now that the prime designate, for lack of a better term, is here, it will notice. Okay, so, just for the sake of it, do you guys want to see what the 5th alternate timeline was?
Sure.
Sure.
Lyri, you with us too? Zelryn, rather?
Yeah.
Okay, then I will switch once again to the game screen, as I will put some
Before
stuff...
you show it, is it horrifying or stupid?
Depends on
or
your
both.
definition. Depends on your definition. But this is what in the pre-show I was apologizing to you for, Thompshire. Just give me a second to put the stuff on screen. So, first and foremost, it would be... is it this one? I think it is this one. This map in particular, which so far nothing too different. But
Is there anything different about it?
about the island itself, no. About the people and the stuff that's going on, yes. So, first and foremost, do you want me to read the different sendings that you would have
Sure.
received? Sure. The one from Chemist would have been, hey, I left Eyes of Kilrog in Booty Bay. Many humans came, want to take your ships. When goblins said no humans attacked, please advise.
Damn.
The one that Lyri would have gotten was, Lyri, we've been informed that you have departed Aaran. Do you need rescue from the humans? Report on your mission.
Doesn't seem that bad.
It's a silver man, isn't it?
Maybe it's like a reality where alliance is bad. I don't know.
DoomGoblin's got the right idea. As I'll just...
Varian found the heart of Yasharash.
That would be something, wouldn't it? You would be joined by Victrix, Anastasia, Zhaoqi, Hekala, the Wind Serpent, and of course Kyrigosa, as well as, instead of Kalagos, this individual that I put on screen. Don't know if you
No.
recognize.
Is that...
Wait.
Is that...
Oh, it's Antonidas.
Antonidas.
Oh, he came onto his island.
And the first thing you... Go
He
ahead.
what?
His island.
Yeah,
island is
it
named
would
after him.
be renamed. Instead of the Antonidas Spire, it would have been the Ardagon Spire.
Oh, I was gonna say the Adrian Spire or whatever, but sure.
Well, Adwin, never mind. And the first thing you would have seen, other than the people in front of you, would have been let me put this on screen. This ship docking, and from the ship, you would see several of these. Let me put them on screen. Yeah, several of these people accompanying this person that maybe you recognize it, maybe you remember.
Yeah, it's Manuela or whatever her name is.
Yeah, as well as this individual. All of them would be looking...
I don't know who that is.
Yeah. All of them would be looking very, very haphazard. Like they've just come out of a big scuffle. And they are carrying with them this thing.
The heart of Yasher, what the hell?
I
Wow,
just said
Doom
that.
Goblin was right on the money.
I just said that.
DoomGoblin was
Alright,
right on the
so-
money. But that's not...
Doom Goblin.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that Doom Goblin should now have Prophet Doom Goblin.
And soon afterwards, because above board, the Ammo and Chronic and Bertronimi really wanted you to get inside, so they wanted like significant danger to push you to try to seek refuge inside. So remember how let me put stuff on screen. This thing as well as the other one were coming to get you. The Storm of Vengeance. Well, instead of... Let me put stuff on screen. There's lots of stuff. Yeah, instead of Doomhammer's Blood, it would be the same ship, though with a different name. Don't know if you see that.
What's that supposed to mean?
As well as several other ships that, I'll put on screen in a minute. This one, as well as this one, as well as this one, as well.
Oh, did Orgrim survive instead of Thrall?
As well as this one, as well as this thing. And as the big airship would have been approaching, you would have heard shouts for War Chief Doomhammer. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
Yeah, and above board, I fully intended, hypothetically, to give you guys the option of, hey, if you want to stay in this crazy alternate timeline, we can do that.
That's crazy.
But it's not the only crazy thing, funnily enough, because this is an entirely different timeline where TLDR, the humans were much bigger jerks to the orcs after the Second War, and forcing them to bind closer together, and to also make a sort of shift in the alliances, no pun intended, as you sort of think of the alliance less as the current day alliance and more, what if the alliance always had Garifos in charge, except it's Varian, you know what I mean? And obviously this would lead to a fairly different composition of the Horde and Alliance races, including, for instance, this individual. Which I just realized I put the wrong one on screen. Ignore that. It's actually this one.
Blurry Night Elf. My favorite character.
Well,
Horde Night Elf is what I mean.
I know, but he was blurry.
Yeah.
did Varian drink demon blood and kill Cenarius or something?
There'll be a bunch of differences, TLDR, to bring this timeline more into accord, so to say. But let's just say it will be very, very different. And we did not wind up with that. Not at this point. Anyway.
Was this the last timeline you planned, or did you have even more?
There was a sixth one, but to go into detail about it would imply some spoilers for other stuff.
Fair enough.
I have a question about this one. Would our characters have changed?
Nope.
No?
For all of these timelines, other than the fact that Benjamin did not kill the blind goblin, for all of them, I try to preserve all your choices as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
The world would be different, but your choices, as much as possible, would have been the same.
So, but take for example the war in Northern, which is something relatively important for Benjamin. Would that have happened the same?
The war in Northrend specifically, yes, though there will be more Horde versus Alliance clashes during it. Maybe the gunship battle would have resulted in, let's say, a bloodier outcome. just as an example. But because Fro died in place of Doomhammer in this timeline, that also means that the Cataclysm has not been entirely dealt with.
Oh.
Oh,
that
that,
wouldn't be
that
a
makes
lie.
sense.
Just to
Probably.
just to raise some heckles, for lack of a better term. But yeah, funnily enough, I think this timeline would have been. I really wish you would have gotten to it, at the very least for the shock factor, but we're not, so it's not. So I'm glad.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
You know, our characters didn't really respond at all to the differences. Would we have reacted to that differently at all? Like, oh, there's Varian doing.
Only Bladebeard was supposed to notice the differences in the timeline because of the thing in his head, or Lyri if she took off her crown.
Huh.
I think Bladebeard will be like, what? Night Elves have betrayed the Alliance?
And Bladebeard, if you had rolled well on your carefuls when the timeline shifts would have happened, you would have remembered everything. Like, yeah, this is like the 5th time we've been to this island, and things are different, and yeah, all that.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate the only one who could notice is someone with an exceedingly low careful. In fact, both of us have low careful, so
I have a better careful than Lyri.
I know.
Still would not have been impossible. I will say that.
I mean, I tried in my own way of being like, oh, hey, there's some kind of temporal anomaly thing. Use the pant. But, you know, Morg's not going to be that smart about it. Maybe someday.
Maybe someday. But above board, as sort of promised with this weird remade Horde and Alliance timeline, also with this timeline where Caligos is with you instead of Archmage Runeweaver, but also the Horde are much more aware and actively searching for you. You guys can decide, yeah, we'll stick with this instead of going to the OG timeline. But again, it has its caveats of, yeah, sure, Caligos is found, but on the other hand, the Horde really, really wants you dead and like have invaded Booty Bay, for instance.
Yeah, I love you, Caligos, but no thank you.
Understandable.
What was the cursed thing you're gonna do with
Oh yeah,
when Thompshire had a
it would have been like Thompshire tackles Chronic. Chronic drops the thing. I will not spoil what it is that he uses to shift timelines. He drops it in the path of the door, and the door destroys it.
So that means we would have been stuck in that timeline.
Correct.
I mean, it was like, okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have stolen his hourglass. Transparent hourglass. I was thinking about it, but I was then like, maybe. There's still time for that.
Maybe. So,
Wouldn't he know that you stole it though, because he can see into the future?
Well, my
Not
son
anymore,
says-
but
I mean, technically, like, yeah, for instance, yeah, I can, I don't know, see the door to my right, but if I'm not actively looking at it. So it is possible to, like, blindside the Infinite Dragons, yeah. Thoughts on today's
Interesting
episode?
stuff.
Thoughts on today's episode?
It's good to be back.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I agree.
And as I mentioned in the middle of the episode, I wasn't expecting on seeing Petronimi so early. I mean, it's been ages, but like in number of episodes, not as many as I expected.
Time works differently for bronze / infinite / whatever dragons. Also, Banrak, not Banrak, Khono, sorry. Now I imagine you understand why I asked you, hey, would like Morg's relatives have known Orgrim Doomhammer and such?
I understand now.
Yeah.
I was wondering
was-
where those questions
Was that
came from.
why you asked me for ship names as well?
Yeah, part of the reason. Though obviously, even if this time I didn't come to pass, I could always use ship names in the future.
Sure.
Yeah. So, and what's the Alliance Goes Evil version of Iron Roth as a name? I don't know.
I don't know, something.
Lion Roth.
Lion
No,
Roth,
probably-
that's a good one. That's a good one.
Probably gold and some fancy word for blue.
Wasn't Iron Roth our first name, Thompshire? I'm pretty sure it was.
What do you mean?
Like when we were
Like-
coming up with names for it, I was just like, oh well, Iron Roth, because I was going off of the different timeline that were introduced in Dragonflight, and I was just
I don't
like,
remember.
Iron Roth.
I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. I just remember that you didn't know what Roth was, but it kind of lined up when I looked it up.
It was just Azeroth, and then you just, you stick
Yeah,
the name. In
But
front
Roth
of
means red, so it's iron red, and it makes sense. 'Cause,
Yeah, yeah.
That's what you meant by
Oh.
blue. Oh.
yeah.
Oh. Really?
In what language, by the way? I don't know.
No, it's in English. It's like an old English word.
Ah. No.
Isn't it also like in German? Rot.
Maybe. I don't know. My German's
Hmm.
calling it rusty would be a very big understatement.
Oh, fun little detail that I'm perfectly fine with spoiling. If we had gone with the Golden Roth, for lack of a better term, timeline, as the airship would have been approaching, you would have heard a very loud error from on top of it as it exploded.
Peter Turbo!
And that also means maybe killing Doomhammer.
Let's go.
Again.
Oh,
But would it be a
For
human?
the third time?
Or is it like the Maghar
The Maghar one.
infiltrated?
The
or-
Maghar one, yeah.
No.
Maybe the sixth or whatever. The reality that we didn't see is where everyone is Peter Turbo.
Yeah,
Sure.
that was one of the thoughts I had when I asked if it was gonna be horrifying or stupid.
Again, it's a good idea, with the caveat that I don't want to invalidate your personal campaign choices so far. So I can fuck with the world, but not necessarily with your choices, if that makes sense. And having a world of Peter Turbos would just mean, well, okay, they just explode on sight and
That's hilarious. That's the true apocalypse that that they should have shown us.
I
Like
guess.
craters everywhere.
I guess. It's to be something. But yeah,
Is the jailer actually a Peter Turbo?
I guess we'll have to find out. I don't know.
Oh no. He's behind everything.
But yes, I am breaking one of my personal taboos with our upcoming sessions, and actually including lore from expansions post BFA, let's say.
Well, but you played Shadowlands, right? Or like a bit of it.
Barely, I'll be honest. I did a third of the Kyrian place whose name escapes me, and then stopped.
Bastion.
Bastion. Third of Bastion, and then stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah. But honestly, I think the Golden Roth timeline would have been fun, but maybe it would have been, I don't know, just good enough for a one-off. Either way, too bad we couldn't review it in-game, but it is what it is. I'm happy with the way things stand.
How long did you spend on it
On
for
the-
us not to see it at all?
On the Golden Roth sort of timeline? I don't know, a couple weeks.
Oh god. Okay. I feel a little bad, but okay.
I mean, it is what it is. I don't necessarily mind. It's fully within expectations that you guys circumvent content, for lack of a better term. So no need to worry about that.
I'll steal his artifact and we'll mess with the timeline some more.
Sure, we'll see how that goes.
I probably won't do that, by the way. I don't know. I'm yeah, we'll see.
Oh, small detail. One small detail about the Goldenroth timeline. Varian arrived on a ship called Turalian's Vengeance, and that's not the name of the ship in the original timeline.
What do you mean?
In the
Because
original,
Turalian is dead.
in the original timeline, the name is Turalian's, I don't know, Resolve, something like that.
Oh, is it an actual ship? You mean like in?
Yeah,
game?
in the game, yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
But in this alternate timeline, it bears the name Turalian's Vengeance instead.
So I guess it's dead,
Probably.
maybe.
But yeah, other than us speculating about that alternate timeline, thoughts on today's episode?
Crazy.
Weird.
I thought we were
Wild.
gonna suffer nil alive, but we suffered in a different but very interesting way.
I was not expecting the time loop. That was not on the cards at all. Like the moment it happened, I remember everyone was like, "Are we tripping?" I was like,
Yeah,
"Wait."
the fact that you literally tripped everyone is a testament to how
Yeah, I
genius
was
it
freaked out.
I'm glad it worked out at the very least. If you're curious about the first sending that Lyri was gonna get, which she rejected, it was just Lyri, we've been informed that you have departed Aaran. Report on your mission. So something simple, basically. Got worse over time, basically. Other than that, thoughts on inside the mountain thing and everything, like the correlation with Ilalai and all that stuff.
I mean, I think we still kind of lack information. At least I think I do, to like make
Petronini
full opinion, I guess.
did basically treat you like you were 2-year-olds when she was explaining, yeah.
Yeah, she was just like, oh, big whole scar thing, whatever that we need
I mean,
to fix.
Kyrie does that as well.
Yeah,
but
but it's
Petronini, yeah.
it's less condescending.
Yeah, Petronimi was actively treating you like idiots, while Kari was just, oh, don't worry your pretty little head, basically.
Yeah, basically one treats us like babies and the other like stupid babies.
Kinda. For lack of a better term. What else ought to be... DoomGoblin, but also everyone else. I'm especially curious, what do you think of your artifact updating, for lack of a better term?
It's interesting that Loken is... I first thought that like he would become uncorrupted, but I'm not sure. Still,
What do you mean uncorrupted?
like no longer under the void influence,
Interesting.
because now the thing is glowing yellow and he changed his aspect, but he might still be
But
either.
the prime designate in quotations is worrisome.
Yeah,
Like
maybe
very
he's
worrisome.
uncorrupted, but he's still like evil, still like
As for the quotations, it's actually a simpler answer. You know, like in the lore, that Loken usurped the true prime designate, Odin.
yeah,
That's what basically means the quotations.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Well, Odin is also an asshole, so you know.
And apparently you have Odin's signet ring, because it's the signet ring of the quote-unquote false prime designate. Go figure.
Maybe we should kill them both. I think it's a win-win.
One's already dead.
Well,
Except
he's
in
kind of in
Bladebeard's
your
mind.
head now, so
Yeah. Also, he's just a shard. He's not the whole guy.
For now.
What does that exactly mean? I don't know.
I think we should go like grab one of the other watchers and give them the prime designate rank, I guess.
Watchers have not like appeared in the lore since Legion, and even there they appeared very little. So could be fun, I guess.
Can give them to Ra, I guess.
Give them something to do finally.
I think Titan Watchers played a pretty big role in BFA, I think.
Like one of them. Oh, yeah. Raden and Mother, if she counts.
Yeah, I would count her, yeah. Anyway, as implied and stated, Petronymi really dumbed down the story, and there's more stuff going on, of course. Other than that, I don't know. I have lots of small questions like, oh, what do you think of that? Or what do you think of that? But I want you guys to tell me if there's anything that stood out to you that you'd like to bring up.
I think that the thing that's like in Ilalai is like the thing that they imprisoned, right? The death. That's how they called it.
The thing in your mind also called it the wound.
The wound.
Yeah, it's probably like another big Azeroth wound, whatever. And yeah, but I'm actually really curious to know, because I mean, I assume it's gonna be like a fully original thing that's kind of big, so I'm really curious to see how that turns out.
Yeah, it's also something super ancient.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm expecting like an old one or something close to it. I don't know. I have.
If you mean like the thing in Zerif, whatever the fuck, I am pulling from like.
Hold it.
Go ahead.
I said an old one, not an eternal one.
Oh, all right. My bad. I confused the terms.
But old ones are like
just the Winter Queen down there.
well, I will say TLDR. I am pulling from like Shadowlands lore, but not indiscriminately. The whole
okay,
thing,
I think I have an idea.
The whole thing about the Eternal Ones I find to be very stupid, so I'll not be pulling from it.
I mean, I don't think it makes sense anyways for this
right,
thing.
Right. I agree that it doesn't. I was just like sort of putting that to rest. Again,
okay.
I'm pulling from Shadowlands lore and other expansions lore as well, but not specifically the Eternal Ones thing. That's too much.
I think you already revealed it, so I think I know what it is. Yeah.
Feel free to DM me because I'm curious, or say it out loud if you want. I'll neither confirm or deny it. I'll say though.
But fun stuff.
Oh, well.
Yeah, it's good to be back.
Banarak, I mean, you know that he's involved, but I don't know if you have the right line of thinking. Anyway,
is he mentioning Mozala, our friend?
Up to Banarak if you not Banarak, Khono, sorry, if he wants to reveal that.
Yeah, I did say Muzala. That was my guess.
We've talked about it. I don't think it's any secret. I mean,
yeah,
he told us to go there. And bring the artifacts. So it's
Muzala
no
wants us there.
Yeah.
Which is why my line of thinking.
I guess.
No, not him.
For context, dear viewers, Thompshire posted an image of the, I think, defeated jailer in chat. Anyway, anything else that we ought to bring up for this session? Other than the fact that it's good to be back. Oh, I'm curious. When did you guys start to suspect Amu and Aramita?
I mean, when he started doing the magicking and they reacted weirdly in the basically in the first time it looped, essentially. But then in the third, I was like unsure how to go about it without the previous knowledge. So, yeah.
I was kind of suspicious when the eyes got brought up, but like I didn't put anything together like, oh, this is a dragon or anything. I was just like, okay, that's a little weird, but probably nothing that much. But then I was like, okay, there's definitely something going on with these 2 dwarves, or rather 3 dwarves, I thought. But yeah,
3. It's 2, regardless.
well, yeah. I mean, the gnome, my brain is putting them all together in the same camp because they're all just dragons, really.
Yeah. What about DoomGoblin and Zelryn? If obviously they suspected this.
I still don't suspect them.
Fair enough.
I mean, when the hand thing happened, then yeah.
Fair enough as well. What else? Oh, one other mention. Oh, the NPCs on this island have time travel related names. I think most obvious is Ulrika Once Upon a Time.
I didn't get that, no.
Yeah, I noticed that one.
Nope.
A lot of the
What's with the color of their names?
Uh,
Or some were green, some were
I think it's
yellow.
to represent like hostile,
yeah,
neutral,
it's
and
it's,
whatever.
it's the attitude of NPCs in World of Warcraft: friendly, neutral, and unfriendly for Heartno.
Yeah, but they were all like, yeah, I get it. It's like what they personally are like, but their affections were. One was like carrying Thor and was yellow, and one was carrying Thor and was
Yeah,
green.
because their attitude towards us.
Yeah, I get
I
it.
know, yeah.
Thompshire's got it. Yeah. But yeah, I will say Heartno was just a dickhead. Don't Heartno is not like a secret thing. He's just a dickhead.
Yeah. I think he's a black dragon.
Maybe. Shrug. Though that would kind of be a bit of a plot hole given the fact that he was incinerated.
Not in the. Oh yeah. Is he still alive in the like OG timelines?
Technically, yes, if we restore the OG timeline. But of course, you have the choice of continuing on in this timeline where the Horde is actively hunting you down, but you have Kalagos.
Interesting choice. I don't know. I guess we'll decide which one is better.
On that note, the reason for Kalagos replacing Runeweaver is that Runeweaver is very eager to explore ancient troll ruins, while Kalagos, being a blue dragon, really thinks this whole expedition is stupid and would rather you guys stay at home. Meaning that you would perhaps be more likely to linger around in this elemental spire thing. Make sense? To me, it makes sense.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, this was our please clap moment. Okay. Is there anything else? I don't necessarily believe there is anything else from me. Do you guys have anything else to report?
Not really.
I think so.
Nope.
All right. Then while I roll the dice, I will say thank you, dear viewers, for watching and listening to us. I will mention that I believe we'll be taking another break next week, but we'll be back on our regular schedule afterwards, I believe. But other than that, let's see what these people are up to. Dice say that we ought to start first and foremost with Khono. Khono, can you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you're doing?
Yes. Hello. I am Khono Chronos, formerly Veteran. And I still do what I already did. But I guess much more. I now also do VTubing streams and all that jazz, but I mostly cover World of Warcraft on the side with lore videos and machinimas and all that jazz and wonderful stuff. Currently, I'm just working on some upcoming lore videos and maybe somewhere down the line, a machinima where Banneret fights some Scarlet Crusaders or something. So that'll be fun whenever I get to that.
Interesting. Thank you very, very much, Khono. Then, according to the dice, we would have DoomGoblin. Could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you're doing, DoomGoblin?
Yeah, sure. I usually draw stuff. Nothing has really changed since last we spoke. So yeah, give me a follow if you wanna see all the newest, freshest artworks that I do.
Indeed, they're great. Thank you very, very much, DoomGoblin. And then we would have the infamous Twitter criminal himself, Sir Thompshire. Could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you're doing?
Indeed. You can find me on YouTube and now only on Blue Sky and not on Twitter anymore because it was banned. RIP. And yeah, I keep doing much of the same. You can find my machinima there, you can find sneak peeks, model renders, and I am currently working on episode 2 of Ironwrath and on 3 Ironwrath audio dramas. And we're soon starting writing episode 3 and even more audio dramas, so lots of shit to come soon enough, hopefully. So yeah.
Nice. Awesome. Thank you very, very much, Thompshire. And then we would have, of course, have Zelryn. Could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you are doing?
I'm Zelryn. I make things online. That's about it.
She does. She's great at it. Link on screen and in the description. She's underselling it. Thank you very, very much, Zelryn. And I, dear viewers, was your Dungeon Master, Game Master Teeironor. I do this series, which is a lot of fun. So do a different series of a different group of lovely people called Legacy of the Rimland that has not been suffering through the same hiatus because scheduling. We've been stuck in the same place for like 10 sessions and we're finally leaving and I'm so excited, to be honest.
Golden
Nice.
Skull vibes.
This is even worse.
Kinda, yeah.
They were in the same room.
Pretty much.
Wait, they're in the same room for 10 sessions?
It was a battle. It's a battle.
For 10 sessions?
They take a lot of time to deliberate on decisions.
I would kill myself.
I don't mind if anyone listens to those episodes on 2x speed. I'll be completely honest. Anyway, we're finally moving on, and we finally might have a chance. Well, stuff's happening. I'm not going into detail. Yeah, go check that out. Thank you. And now, otherwise, dear viewers, as usual, thank you for watching and listening to us. Again, we'll probably be skipping next week if my information is up to date, and then we'll be returning on our regular schedule the following weeks. But yeah, we will see you when we'll see you. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
See ya.